One over here. Back there. Okay. Oh, shoot. I was like, where's Justin? We're about to start. Am I going to have to take horrible pictures? Take notes, copious notes. Yes. It's not Movember. It's not Movember. Looks good. I like it. It's a totally different look. Yeah, exactly. I agree, actually. Too bad. So sad. Ready?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The time is 6:54, and we are back from closed session, and it is now time for recognition presentations.
Let's come down into the well.
Test.
Am I first? Oh, yeah, I'm first. All right. Good evening. I normally make folks say it back, but it is recognition, so no worries. We're doing our first proclamation for Juneteenth. I don't know if anyone wants to come down into the well and join us and receive this proclamation, but feel free, we don't bite. All right, so I'll just go ahead and start reading while folks make their way down. Thank you for joining us. Whereas, we're okay? Oh, welcome down. Hello. Thank you for being here. I like your outfit. Whereas President Abraham Lincoln proclaimed the emancipation of enslaved people effective January 1st, 1863, commonly known as the Emancipation Proclamation. And whereas enslavers were responsible for telling those who remained in bondage that they were free, however, some ignored the order until Union troops arrived to enforce it. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, Major General Gordon Granger of the United States Army arrived in Galveston, Texas, and issued General Order Number 3, causing Texas, the last Confederate state, to declare that all enslaved people were free. And whereas 6 months later, the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution was ratified, abolishing slavery in the United States once and for all. There's an exception for punishment, but I digress. Whereas that joyous day in June 1865 became known as Juneteenth, Emancipation Day, and for millions of African Americans, Juneteenth has served as an opportunity to celebrate the fundamental truth that all people are created equal. And whereas in 2021, Juneteenth was named a federal holiday by President Joe Biden, commemorating the emancipation of enslaved people in the United States. And whereas the city of Culver City is fortunate to be a diverse community that welcomes people of all races, ethnicities, genders, and is dedicated to ensuring that the city's future is greater than its past. And whereas the city of Culver City is proud to commemorate Juneteenth, Emancipation Day, and invites the community to a free Juneteenth celebration and resource fair on Saturday, June 22nd, 2024, from 1 to 4 p.m. in Town Plaza at the Culver Steps, 9300 Culver Boulevard, Culver City. Y'all check it out. It's going to be a good time. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California, hereby proclaims June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth 2024 and pays tribute to the indomitable spirit of African Americans and calls on our community to eliminate prejudice and celebrate the great diversity of our people. Dated this 10th day of June, signed by myself, the Vice Mayor, and all council members. Would you like to say some words? Yeah, sure. All right, good to meet you. Well, you're going to hold it. You okay with that? Sure.
Thank you. No problem.
All right, next we'll be doing a presentation, proclamation for Pride Month. Would anyone like to join us down here for the Pride Month proclamation? All right, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and other LGBTQIA+ Pride Month, June 2024. Whereas our nation was founded on the principle of equal rights for all people, but the fulfillment of this promise has been a long time coming for many individuals, and whereas, in the movement toward equal rights for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersexual, asexual, and other LGBTQIA+ people, a historic turning point occurred more than 50 years ago on June 28, 1969 in New York City, when the onset of the Stonewall riots, when LGBTQIA+ citizens rose up and resisted police harassment that arose out of discriminatory criminal laws that have since been declared unconstitutional. And whereas, while the 1969 Stonewall riots have been enshrined as an enduring symbol of gay liberation, the Black Cat police raid in Los Angeles in 1966 and local protests that followed at other Southern California gay bars collectively were the precursors of the modern LGBTQIA+ rights movement. And whereas, the earliest known use of the word pride as applied to gay rights comes from the Los Angeles Pride Organization, founded in 1966, and California has been a leader in advancing the civil rights of its LGBTQIA+ citizens. Whereas, while further progress is needed, it is important to recognize and celebrate the substantial gains that have been achieved. And whereas the 4th annual city-sponsored Pride Bike Ride and Rally will take place on Sunday, June 29, 2024, beginning with the Pride Ride at 4 p.m. in Sid Cronenthal Park and continuing at 6 p.m. with the Pride Rally event on Main Street. And whereas, with the Progress flag proudly raised above City Hall, Culver City stands with the LGBTQIA+ community to work towards a better, more inclusive future for all. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California hereby proclaims June 24 as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and other Pride Month, calls upon the community to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists and celebrates the great diversity of our people. Dated this 10th day of June 24, signed the Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all council members. I know we have the organizers of Pride here. Would anyone like to speak?
Yeah, I would just like to say a huge thank you to our city for supporting Culver City Pride Ride and Rally in its 4th year. I want to say a huge thank you to the mayor for starting this event when she was just a council member, and Freddie Puza also for starting it before he got on the council, and to all the council members for supporting it. It's been it's a 100% volunteer created event. So it's very unique for other prides in the region that it's 100% run by volunteers. It starts with this bike parade. And it's been a real pleasure to introduce a new group of organizers who have taken the helm this year that I'm really excited about. So Jack Galanti and Chris Michelle are two of those organizers, and I'm going to hand the mic over to them. But I'm just really grateful to them and really grateful to the new crop of folks who are taking this important event on for our LGBTQ community. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Jack Galanti. I'm one of the volunteers that runs Pride. My main thing this year was uplifting our history. It's often overlooked that Stonewall was the catalyst of the event, yet Pride started in LA, and it's very significant to uplift those events that started the movement. Thank you. Oh, I also want to thank Mayor McMorrin for for uplifting our event. She was at our fundraiser last week, and it's just great to see all the support from our mayor and city council members for our growingly inclusive city. Thank you.
You want to say anything? No.
Mike?
Thanks for coming, y'all. Appreciate you.
The little things, you know.
Okay, the next proclamation is June 2024 being proclaimed as Men's Health Month and June 10th to 16th as Men's Health Week. This better? Okay. So proclamation, June 2024 as Men's Health Month and June 10 to 16, 2024 as Men's Health Week. Whereas each year in the week leading up to Father's Day, Men's Health Week helped raise awareness of the diseases and illnesses that affect Americans' men. And whereas despite advances in medical technology and research, men continues to live an average of 5 years less than women, with Native American and African American men having the lowest life expectancy. And whereas educating the public and healthcare providers about the importance of a healthy lifestyle and early detection of male health problems will result in reducing rates of mortality from diseases. And whereas men who are educated about the value that preventive health can play in prolonging their lifespan and their role as productive family members will be more likely to participate in health screenings. And whereas fathers who maintain a healthy lifestyle are role models for their children and have happier, healthier children. And whereas the Men's Health Month website has been established at www.menshealthmonths.org and features resources, proclamations, and information about awareness events and activities, including Wear Blue for Men's Health, and that is www.wearblueformenshealth.com. And whereas the citizens of this city are encouraged to increase awareness of the importance of a healthy lifestyle and regular exercises and medical checkups, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Culver City, California hereby proclaims June 10 to 16, 2024 as Men's Health Week and June 2024 as Men's Health Month in Culver City and encourage all our citizens to pursue preventive health practices and early detection efforts throughout the year. Dated this 10th day of June 2024, signed by the mayor and all council members.
Everyone, please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay. There is no report on action taken in closed session. Do we have community announcements by colleagues? Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say I was honored to attend the last Civil Service Commission meeting where the city awarded various awards to outstanding employees. And just being part of that group and listening to these individuals speak on how much they love working for the city and what the city means to them. I had one individual, she was in her mid-20s, saying that she wanted to work for Culver City all her life. And just listening to some of these inspirational employees and how they value this city made me feel really proud to be a part of this city. So I want to thank staff, all the recipients. I think all of our employees are recipients in their own way, but to recognize a few is really great and important, and I was just happy to be part of that meeting. Tiana was one of our recipients, so yay, Tiana, but many others that were there. Just really, it made my evening, so thanks to staff and Civil Service Commission for putting this on. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. I quickly going to stand up. So I have a tie on today. It's orange and blue. And there's a reason for that, because last Friday was the Anti-Gun Violence Day, which is represented by the color orange. So it's a really important aspect that we all need to constantly be aware of. And also remember that our police department has a service that if you have relative friend or someone that you start feeling is a little unsafe with a gun or threatening to suicide or similar, you can call anonymously to the police department, and the police department can then come and they can confiscate that weapon for up to 30 days. So please, gun violence kills a lot of people unnecessarily. So that's orange. The blue is for what I just read about Men's Health Month. So nice tie.
Councilmember Boozer.
Thank you, Mayor. This morning, the school district had a Pride flag raising event organized by Vice President Tristan Isidore. The mayor and vice mayor were also in attendance, along with many elected officials, students, parents, and members of the community. Just a reminder that all are welcome in our school district and our city. On June 2 Sundays ago, the vice mayor and myself attended a the Limber Park Neighborhood Association meeting. It's a great opportunity to talk about better Overland, safer Fox Hills. Director Ted Stevens from Parks, Recreation, and Community Services was there, as well as Jeremy White from the city manager's office and as well as the police department. So it was a great opportunity to talk with the community, and I hope that all neighborhood associations follow their lead and engage in those very valuable conversations. So thanks to everyone who helped organize and attended that event. And finally, just a shout out, the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services will be hosting a movie for persons of all abilities on June 21st from 6 to 9 p.m. at the Culver City Senior Center. They'll be screening I Am Sam. It's a free event. There'll be food, drink, and snacks. And you need to RSVP, but you can go to the culvercity.org website and search for movie for persons of all abilities and RSVP there. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to Councilmember Puza for raising up the two events that we attended together. I wasn't going to say anything about Pride, but because I don't know if my son would want to be, to be talked about, but being that we were at Culver City High School and knowing that the school is so supportive of the LGBTQIA plus community, it's so important. I think my son was 16 when he came out to my wife and I, and the incredible weight that fell from his shoulders when we said, great, we still love you, 100%, we're here for you. To know that the school community is there for any students who might be questioning whether they're in a safe place, it's so important. So I'm very proud to have participated in that, and I'm glad that we have the flag raised at City Hall as well. We need to support everyone in our community, so thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be brief. Happy Pride again. I'm very grateful for the district's invitation and just having so many community members out this morning, and also the recognition citywide was really heartwarming. So you belong, we see you, and we stand with you. Also really excited to lift up, I am of Jamaican American or Jamaican heritage. I'm Jamaican American, but it is Caribbean History Month as well. And so since 2006, June has been designated as Caribbean American Heritage Month by presidential proclamation as well this year. So this month-long observance promotes the rich history and heritage of Caribbean American people and their contribution to the United States of America. So to all my Caribbean folks, happy History Month. I also wanted to lift up, appreciate Councilmember Erickson lifting up gun violence awareness. I also wanted to lift up our local group, Culver 878, which has I guess it's an action or an involvement over where the former gun store was, and they are inviting community members to tie a little orange ribbon on the gate in memory of someone, or just as an outward expression of the commitment that we are actively working against gun violence in our community in a myriad of ways. So I just wanted to amplify that. You can go to Culver 878, I think either .org or .com to learn more, or you can just Google search it. But I was over there on Friday, and it was really beautiful to see community members out and engaging in that. I was grateful to participate in the Sister Cities installation last week, so very grateful for all that they are doing to support our relationships and good stewardship with our sister cities around the world. I also had the opportunity to speak and welcome folks to Culver City at the California Environmental Voters Badass Awards. It's an award we awarded some young folks from Project Bloom, or Super Bloom, as well as Microsoft got an award. So it was really great to be in the space. The speaker of the California Assembly was here, so it was a really wonderful event. And I would just like to, in advance, just say we will be doing an adjournment in memory of Reverend James Lawson this evening. I will be making a motion. I was deeply saddened to hear of the loss of Reverend Lawson to us, and very grateful for his sacrifice and all that he did to further civil rights in our nation. So that is it for me. Are there any additional updates from commissions, boards, or committees, or any items or information from staff?
None.
Okay, sounds good. Let us proceed on to, is this to receipt? Yeah, this,
Sorry, hit the wrong one.
okay. How many public comments do we have?
Currently 8.
Okay, so we'll do 3 minutes because that is
Yep.
what I say. And if we can read our statement also.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you pull them up and name them? Try to do this. Yeah. Oh.
I'm going to go ahead and name our speakers so that they can get prepared. First up, we have Jamie Wallace, followed by Eric Billitzer, Melissa Sanders, Andrew Flores, Marcy Bond, Kevin Sherwood, with 1 minute seated by Jonathan Kramer, Mary Foreman Prayer, Marcia Coley, Jack Galante, and that's it.
And prior to the first speaker, I will read our statement regarding hate speech. Members of the public have a right to speak on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. However, this council strongly denounces hate speech and does not tolerate disruptive behavior in our meetings. Culver City prides itself on its diverse community and inclusion of all persons. We are committed to creating a safe space in the city and in these chambers where members of our community feel included and respected.
So our first speaker is Jamie Wallace.
Good evening. Okay. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I just wanted to bring something to the attention of City Council that you probably actually know about. The other day, the police department got an alert from Flock on the automatic license plate reader that there had been a car traveling through Culver City that was involved in a murder. And when the police department found out, they got the tag, they were able to track the car. After a brief chase, thank you, this guy stopped. Well, I think he crashed. And they were able to arrest him. And the reason I'm bringing this up is that sometimes we think that we aren't responsible for things that are going on in other cities. And this is a perfect example of the community of Culver City working together with the community where this poor person was killed. And I think it's really important that we understand that that's how safety measures work. I'd like to commend the officers for their quick action. And what can I say? I'm glad that we have the Star Chase now, but fortunately it was a very short chase. And they're not going to stop chasing someone who's a murder suspect. So, thank you.
Our next speaker is Eric Billitzer.
Thank you, Mayor, Chairperson, council members, and attendees. My name is Eric Billitzer, and I'm on the Board of Directors of Culver City Public Theater, or for short, as we call ourselves, CCPT. CCPT has been producing free plays live outdoors in Carlson Park for, if you can believe it, 25 years. Now, one reason I know this is because I performed with CCPT 25 years ago in 1999, its first year, when we built the stage, did the plays, took the stage down, and put it away. And boy, are my arms tired. Still. The free plays in Carlson Park are a cultural treasure that the people of Culver City have come to love, look forward to, and expect. It would be wonderful if we could be recognized for the quality of our productions and the longevity of our company. Our summer season has varied in length, and we were only absent 1 year, the pandemic year, 2020. Since then, we have produced children's plays in the park at 12 noon with great production values and huge audiences. But audiences wanted more plays, and we listened to you. So this summer, we are so proud and so happy to be bringing 2 plays back to Carlson Park this summer. At 12 noon, a children's adventure musical, Gideon and the Blundersnorp, and back-to-back, the same day at 2:30 p.m., our main stage play will be The Front Page, the play on which the movie His Girl Friday is based. And our season will run Saturdays and Sundays from July 13th through August 4th. That'll be 4 weekends this summer. Financially, we exist solely on a few grants and voluntary donations from audience members in the park and a few fundraisers during the year. We're so grateful for the grant that we received from the Culver City Cultural Arts Commission. To recognize how much we do for the city, we would also be grateful if the city could reduce or eliminate the fees we just pay back to the city in the form of park reservations, park permit, and room rentals for auditions and rehearsals at the Vet Center at the corner of Overland and Culver. There are postcards right here, if anyone would like a postcard of our season. And you can see the artwork is beautiful. Some of the postcards are stickered with our direct phone lines and email addresses to the board if you would like to speak to us about any of these matters. And the members of the board include myself, Jules M. Patrick, who is here tonight, and Trace Oakley, who is our president and directing the Front Page this summer. On behalf of everyone at Culver City Public Theater, thank you very much.
Mayor? Mr. Billitzer? Mr. Billitzer? Yes. I just want to be sure that you're aware that we do offer, on an annual basis, special events grants, and Culver City Public Theater would certainly qualify. If you want to maybe leave your information with the city clerk, and I can send you information on it.
Thank you very much. Is the city clerk present tonight?
It's right there.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders.
That sounds fun. I'm going to be super quick because apparently Jamie and I were having the same minds. Culver City is not a vacuum. We live in the middle of millions and millions of other people, and unfortunately, not everyone is a fantastic, respectful, upstanding citizen. So I really was upset when our mayor and other council person decided that it wasn't important for our police department to have every possible technology that was available to help get bad people off the streets. And the fact that even our mayor specifically said our police department shouldn't be involved with apprehending people who committed crimes in other cities was really disturbing. So I'm hoping that since they did a phenomenal job and used the technology the way it was supposed to be used, and the whole point of the technology is that we don't live in a vacuum and that people drive shockingly across city boundaries, sometimes even county boundaries, it's important that we all work together. We have people who live in other cities that work here. We have people who live here and work in other cities. And it would be nice if you all would remember that working together is part of what makes living possible. I think that's important to remember. So unless you're going to build some walls and have some kind of, toll bridge to come through Culver City, then it's important to remember that we are going to be involved in everything around us. Thank you. Thank you, CCPD.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Flores.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, members of the public, it is definitely very heartening to see such active participation and engagement. And so I am kind of here as a resident, as a community member, as a planner, to definitely encourage all of you who are here to also attend Planning Commission meetings that are scheduled for every 2 weeks, Wednesday at 7. I am a member of the American Institute of Certified Planners. There is a code of ethics and professional conduct, and I hold myself to this high standard. When thinking about planning, our primary obligation as planners and active participants in the planning process is to serve the public interest. All who engage in the planning process, which are all residents and community members and staff, should seek to achieve high standards and knowledge. All those who participate in planning should commit themselves to making ethical judgments in the public interest, balancing the many competing agendas with careful consideration of facts and context. I hold myself to this standard as a planning practitioner, as a resident, and as a community member, and I invite you to participate in the many meetings as well as ongoing processes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Sherwood with 1 minute seated by Jonathan Kramer.
Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, distinguished members of the council, city employees, Chief Kenneth Powell, I want to thank you, and members of the public, thank you. We are Culver City Amateur Radio Emergency Service. And I'll draw your attention, if you would, to this flyer that's being passed out. We do have flyers on the back table back here for members of the public if you wish to also follow along. We are, like I said, Culver City Amateur Radio Emergency Service. We go by the official name of Culver City Aries, but the unofficial and name that has been enduring for our almost 30-year relationship with Culver City is just simply CCARES. And we are a group of amateur radio operators, otherwise known as ham radio operators, who are licensed by the federal government. And in that charter, which defines our licenses, it says that we participate in order to serve the general public. And in that vein, we organize, and about 30 of us actively participating have set up mechanisms and infrastructure, and continue to do so at a fairly rapid rate, to prepare for when it happens, because we know that earthquakes, it's not if, it's when. That's who we are. We work closely with Culver City Fire Department and Culver City CERT. We are here to invite you to our party. Every year we have what's called the Amateur Radio Relay League Field Day, and it gives us the opportunity to operate under field conditions where we take antenna systems, power, radios, our techniques, our computers probably, and we get together and we try to contact as many as other ham radio operators as we can for a period of 24 hours. But the real purpose is to have fun and to educate others and get others interested in our hobby. Because what we intend to do is, when it happens, we know that cell networks and radio networks that currently exist will be overwhelmed. And we are there to fill in the gaps. The primary purpose is to support that Culver City CERT mission, which will identify those properties and injuries that need to be tended to. Systems that forward that information up and we get people taken care of so that damages and injuries can be mitigated. And there's not many more things more noble than to do that for our fellow citizens. When is it going to happen? It's going to happen in 2 weeks. Well, a week from this coming weekend, on the 22nd of this month through the 23rd. It'd be 24 full hours, 11 a.m. to 10:59 a.m. on Sunday, the 22nd and 23rd. We're going to be operating up at Mary Crest Manor, a new friend that we have made in Culver City. And the religious orders have invited us to come in and establish presences up there and use it as not only a training site, but also a briefing site, a conference site, and an operating location with a commanding view of much of Southern California. So then again, we have, yes, why we're going to do it and why we're inviting you is because, like I said, we need to establish relationships. And one of our big things with Mary Crest Manor this coming event will be to get to know them. Thank you so much for your time. By the way, don't wait, there's more. If you come and you're not a licensed amateur radio operator and wish to try, we'll let you do that.
Thank you.
Madam, yeah. Mr. Sherwood?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming here. And I want to tell everyone that this is really important, and it's not that hard to get a license. Myself, I'm Kilo Juliet 6 Sierra Zulu Hotel.
We have our own member.
And that's, it took me, studying a few hours here and there for about a week, and then I took the test, and I qualified, and I could sort of buy a radio and actually register and participate. So anyone that's interested should really explore this, because it actually will allow you to communicate when everything else goes down. When the cell goes down, regular phone goes down, everything is down, this network will continue, and it actually connects. There's new technology now that allows this to connect to the rest of the world, and actually you can send emails and so on through the service of this organization. So you can reach your family, your whatever you need to reach to tell them your status. So please take the time and get a license. If I can get it, you can get it.
Thank you, Mr. Erickson.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Foreman Pryor. Mary, you've been unmuted. Go ahead. Mary, are you able to hear us in the council chamber? We'll come back to you. All right. All right. Our next speaker is Marsha Coley.
Hello, City Councilman and citizens. I have a topic that really needs to be addressed that was really brought to me by terribly surprised. Someone brought a topic to me to discuss homelessness. And I really couldn't understand why would someone really bring it to my attention, because I really didn't know what I could possibly do with it one way or another. Some of the images were way unexplainable. And after going through a DCFS case to where I had to find out about my heritage, I thought the timing was way out of line. So And long story short, I'm just wondering, in making such a huge decision for any one person to find out about something really, really important in their life about their heritage. And like you said, your Jamaican heritage that's coming up this month. I'm supposed to inherit some substantial amount of cash, which was really, really weird because I had found out through a bad DCFS case. It wasn't that something was really, really wrong. It was just the fact that someone told me to read the door. And if you read the door, it'll ask you the question, if you are of Indian descent, please inform someone and let them know. I didn't really get that much guidance throughout the whole jurisdiction of the situation. But just a few years later, someone brought up a topic of homelessness and thought maybe I should really look into that as well. So what I'm saying is I haven't really received my inheritance as of yet, but I have looked for a nice home for me and my family. Price is really, really expensive. But just with that being said, Karen Bassett brought it to my attention. The city of Compton had brought it to my attention, and possibly a couple of professional athletes have brought it to my attention as well. So with that being said, I personally would just like to purchase my first home. I've contacted Governor Newsom. He is aware of it. He knows about my first home that I would like to purchase, and First Lady of California as well. So hopefully it all goes well for me, and I thank you.
Can staff be in touch with Ms. Kali for any follow-up that might be supportive for her? I think that would be appropriate. Thank you for your comments.
Alrighty, and then I did try to reach out to Mary Pryor. I don't believe she wishes to speak on items not on the agenda, and so that was our final speaker.
Yeah, Marcy's here.
Oh, Marcy Bond.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I am up here again about the plunge. I did attend the Parks and Recs Commission, and they were discussing the pool policies. And there was a long discussion about the plunge and why the policies are currently the way they are. That happened after I went home because it ran really late, and I thought that they were finished talking about the plunge. Which is unfortunate because a lot of the things that were brought up I could have addressed, because I actually swim at a lot of other pools and I can address a lot of the stuff that they were talking about that a lot of people aren't aware of. The other thing that I found interesting was that the reason behind us only having 55 minutes has to do with desire to keep, to be able to control and know who is supposed to get out at what time, because they want to keep with the registration and a limited amount of time for people to swim. What I found interesting about this is that when I called Long Beach, which is where our current director came from, they have 4 pools, which means they have more facilities than us, but they are also a vastly larger city. And I asked them about, do I need to register? No. Can I drop in at any time? Yes. Do I have to get out at a certain time? No. They are completely open. So I'm still confused as to why the plunge is closed. Also, when we were addressing, or when they were addressing what our pool policies were, in the past, traditionally, we have always aligned ourselves with the beach cities, because Culver City, we've always considered ourselves more like the beach cities than, say, West Hollywood or Beverly Hills. We've never considered ourselves with them. We've always said the beach cities. And now we're aligning ourselves with West Hollywood and Beverly Hills. Well, West Hollywood still has the policy of registration. I'm not really sure why we have changed our alignment, because of a lot of our other alignment is with the beach cities. So I am concerned about this. I'm concerned about this, how this, when the Olympics comes to town, how this is going to reflect when people want to come and use our pools, our pool. I shouldn't say pools, that's wishful thinking. But so I do wonder why this is still happening. I bring this up because it is serious. When he said, well, people can just pay for another, I'm sorry, I've run out of time. I guess I'll have to address it another time. But when he said that people just can pay for a second time, that becomes an accessibility issue. Not everybody has the money to pay for that. There's a lot, I guess I just need to email you with the information.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Can we have a motion for the receipt and filing of correspondence?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted, and the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, City Clerk. So it's my understanding that we have some young folks who are going to be providing comment for A3. So just in terms of the order, the agenda, everything will be taken in order with the exception of A3, which will be at the top of our action items, but there will still be some time when we arrive at the action items. But I just wanted to share that for the record.
Thank you.
Moving on to consent. Are there any items that colleagues would like to pull? Councilmember Vera.
No, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
No.
Councilmember Pusa.
No, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
No, Mayor.
Are there any comments from the public on any consent items?
Yes, we have speakers for C4, C5, and C8. Or
No, just C5.
just C5 and C8.
Okay. Can we hear very brief staff reports for both, and then hear the comment?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This item this evening is for an award of our annual special event sponsorships for the year. I have our special event manager, Edgar Varela, here, who can answer any specific questions regarding specific awards. The subcommittee met a few weeks ago to make these recommendations on your behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we hear from the speaker?
Our first speaker is Jeff Cooper.
Mayor, Council, I'm speaking here on behalf of the Exchange Club of Culver City, and I'm speaking in regards to the support and recommendation from staff for the Culver City Car Show for 2025. I hope that you'll support it. It was more than just a car show. It was a gathering of community, whether you like cars or just wanted to be around friends or listen to music, or we had a lot of folks from the biking community as they took a lot of pictures with, as they said, the relics. But it was a fun time for all, and you know, and even the fire department with their pancake breakfast. I hearken to say that it was probably the largest attended event in downtown Culver City. We specifically, of all the vendors, had no food vendors, and that was specific so the restaurants could prosper, which they did, which in the end result means more tax base for the city. So we look forward to continuing on and putting on positive events in our great city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galenti.
Good evening, council. Good evening, staff. I want to thank our city staff for all the hard work they do for our special events in our city. They make our city special. Without our events, we wouldn't be Culver City. Each of our events that happen in the city are unique to Culver City, and I think they give diversity and uplift the different aspects of our city with their citizens. I want to thank Council. Dan O'Brien is on the committee for this, and I want to thank city staff for increasing the budget for Culver City Pride for next year, as we are a growing event, and we look forward to growing even more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Are there any additional comments from colleagues on C5? Okay, with that, can we move on to C8? Thank you.
Melissa? Yeah. Heather, are you prepared for C8?
Yes, I can be. Good evening, Mayor and council members. This is the ordinance brought back for adoption that was introduced on May 28th. It's amending certain provisions of the Culver City Municipal Code related to decorum, public participation, and meeting procedures. And I will just keep it short and sweet, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Can we hear from the speaker?
Our speaker is Melissa Sanders.
I would just like to say, maybe, since you guys definitely want to keep your cell phones, maybe they can just be like on the ledge, so we know you're not on your cell phones. That if there's an emergency, they can still reach you, but maybe we could make sure that people aren't still getting messages and talking to other people, would be my preference. I know you guys already agreed to the whole thing, totally fine, but I think there's a lot of trust issues going on, and maybe at least a few meetings, try that out and see how that feels. That'd be great. Bye.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Any additional comments on C8 from colleagues? Okay. Do we have a motion for consent items?
We do. We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Councilmember Erickson to approve the entire consent calendar. Please vote. All members have voted, and the motion passes unanimously.
We'll be moving on now to public hearings, of which we have quite a few. PH1, can we have a motion to receive and file the affidavit of publication?
We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien and a second by Council Member Vera. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Can I have a motion to open the joint public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, seconded by Vice Mayor O'Brien, to open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously, and we have opened the public hearing.
May we have a staff report, please? A brief staff report.
Ready.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor McMorrin, Vice Mayor O'Brien, and Council. I am Lisa Soger, Chief Financial Officer, and I am here to present the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget for adoption. Before I begin, I want to take this opportunity again to thank Mary Knoller, who is sitting here with me, for all the work she's done over these past years, and especially for the 2.5 years that I've been here, working on the budget and really, holding the finance department together. We are now down to counting short months that she's still going to be with us, and we are really going to miss her. And I'd also like to thank Elizabeth Shavelson and Michael Towler and the rest of the finance staff for everything they do every day, and for putting this giant textbook, I think, as it was called last time, together. Next slide, please. So we previously presented a detailed proposed budget in May, including projected revenues and expenditures, and tonight we will focus on the adjustments that have been made since that presentation. They are enumerated in the staff report and attachments, and I will go over them on a high level. There are several actions before the council tonight. These include a resolution approving and adopting the annual appropriations limit. You will also be asked to provide direction on CCUSD's request that the city fund the entire cost of the crossing guard contract. You'll be asked to adopt resolutions approving budgets for the city, the successor agency to Culver City Redevelopment, the Housing Authority, and the Parking Authority. The council will be asked to adopt a resolution approving the salary schedules for miscellaneous employees, police safety employees, and fire safety employees that will take effect on July 1st, 2024. Finally, you will be asked to authorize the fiscal year 2023-2024 Capital Improvement Program project completion and closeout summary, and authorize the city's performance of treasurer duties for the West Side City's Council of Governments for fiscal year 24-25. Next slide, please. California law established the annual appropriations limit to limit the growth of government spending. It restricts the amount of tax proceeds a government can appropriate for expenditure in any given year. Finance staff has calculated the fiscal year 24-25 appropriation limit to be $144,399,712. Appropriations in the proposed budget that are applicable to this limit are $113,355,558, which is $31 million under the appropriations limit. Next slide, please. The total general fund budget includes $170.2 million in revenue and $188.2 million in expenditures. The delta of $18 million comes from general fund reserves and fund balance. The total city budget, including the general fund, special funds, enterprise funds, and internal service funds, is projected at $330.9 million in revenue and $382.3 million in expenditures. Again, the delta of $51.4 million comes from fund balance in all the different funds. Next slide, please. On April 16th, CCUSD Superintendent Brian Lucas sent a letter requesting that the city include the full amount of $489,000 for the contract with all city management services for crossing guards at 17 locations. In the current year, the city contributes $305,558 for 10 intersections, and CCUSD contributes $179,767 for additional 7 intersections. In May, City Council received a request to add crossing guard services at the intersection of Overland and Virginia. Adding that intersection would bring the contract for the 24-25 school year to $514,664. At the budget meetings on May 20th and 21st, Council remanded the issue to the City CCUSD Liaison Subcommittee. The subcommittee met on June 4th and recommended that the Council, 1, approve the request for an additional crossing guard at Overland and Virginia, 2, that the city approve funding the full cost of the contract for the crossing guards, 3, that CCUSD handle the management of the contract, and 4, that any requests for crossing guards be discussed, any future requests be discussed first by the subcommittee until a formal process for evaluating these requests is established. There is currently $226,170 in the proposed budget for crossing guards. If the council approves funding the entire cost of the contract, an additional $288,495 from the general fund will need to be added to the budget. Next slide, please. I will review the adjustments that have been made since the proposed budget was presented in May. This chart highlights the revenue adjustments. Total revenues are projected at a net decrease of $3.9 million. There are no revenue adjustments proposed for the general fund. The largest single contributor to this decrease is a combined $2.1 million reduction in the transportation fund, due primarily to the deferral of a capital grant to fiscal year 25-26. Best practices are that grant funds are only included in the budget after signed agreements are received. During the year, if new grants are received, they will be brought to council for approval and appropriation of funds. The $2.7 million decrease in projected revenue for other funds includes revised expectations for revenue in the Mobility Improvement Fund and the removal of some capital grant funding for streetlights pending an approved grant agreement. Next slide, please. Expenditure adjustments since the previous version of the budget include $931,303 in the general fund, including some necessary corrections identified by staff and some adjustments related to contracts approved by City Council in May. I will go over these more specifically in a moment. There is also a $1.9 million decrease in the transportation fund that reflects the deferral of those capital grants to future fiscal years. The increase in the Capital Improvements Fund includes an increase for the rehabilitation of the police station based on revised cost estimates, funding for additional battery backup units for traffic signals, and increased cost for the median rehabilitation project. Next slide, please. General fund expenditure adjustments include some items identified by staff as necessary during final review of the budget. These adjustments include $249,710 for the cost of software for online permitting and plan submittal that were previously covered under the building surcharge fund, which is 412. That fund does not have sufficient fund balance or projected revenues to cover all costs. Staff also discovered that the liability reserve and worker compensation lines in the planning department were not properly calculated. The correction is an additional $129,114. The adjustment list also contains an additional $166,320 for the general fund's share of the increased street sweeping contract that was approved by council on May 28th. Finally, $386,159 in additional funds will be transferred to Fund 420 for the CIP projects that I mentioned previously. Next slide, please. The revenue adjustments in other funds include transferring an additional $250,000 from Prop C to the Paratransit Fund, $200,000 in expected building surcharge revenue, a decrease of $2 million in the Mobility Improvement Fund to better reflect development projects in the pipeline, a decrease of $2.1 million in the Municipal Bus Fund to reflect the delay in capital projects to the following fiscal year, and a net decrease of $923,000 in the Capital Grants Fund to reflect the delayed timing of funding from the state for the streetlight project, offset slightly by a state education grant. Revenue adjustments in the revised budget total a reduction of $3.9 million. Next slide, please. Expenditure adjustment in other funds include reductions of $420,225 in the building surcharge fund to reflect the charges that were moved into the general fund, a reduction of $1.9 million in the transit fund to reflect the deferral of those capital projects to future fiscal years. Additions include $800,000 in Measure CW for the MS4 permit compliance CIP, $678,588 in the parking authority for the increased cost for elevator upgrades, the annual ski data contract, and the shared use agreement for the Culver Steps parking, and $197,588 in the refuse fund for its share of the increased street sweeping contract approved on May 28th. The expenditure adjustments in other funds is a net reduction of $659,143, and when combined with the $931,303 increase in the general fund expenditures, all budget expenditure adjustments total $272,160. Next slide, please. As part of the budget process, staff analyzed the general fund and other funding sources allocated to projects in the capital improvement program to determine available fund balances. Staff identified 22 CIP projects in Fund 420 that were successfully completed under budget in prior fiscal years or were assumed by other CIP projects, with a total of $1.8 million, almost $1.9 million in unspent funds. Staff recommends that council approve the official closing out of these projects and authorize staff to release the unspent funds to the general fund unassigned balance for future capital and operating project considerations. Additionally, one project in the Park Facilities Fund was completed with $50,000 remaining available to be returned to Fund 419, and 7 projects in the Parking Authority can be closed to return a little over $834,000 to Fund 475. Next slide, please. Finance staff has worked very hard over the past several months to build a new portal for CIP projects. Departments submitted their budget requests in the system. The public can go to the portal at culvercity.cleargov.com/projects to see which projects have been included in the proposed budget. And as we develop the site further, it will become a place to check in on the status of projects as they are underway. Next slide, please. I want to close tonight by reviewing the city's general fund reserves. The city has built up a strong reserve balance. The reserves are in several designated buckets as set by City Council policy, and they include non-spendable, restricted, which includes the Section 115 Trust for Pensions, committed, which is made up of the 30% contingency reserve, that is for emergencies, the facilities planning reserve for city facilities, the recreation facilities reserve for parks, and the public safety equipment reserve. Assigned reserves include encumbered contracts and carryover funds from prior years, and the unassigned is available for appropriation by council. Next slide, please. So it's little, but the city started the fiscal year with $153.6 million in fund balance. This number is based on the city's audited annual financial report for fiscal year 2023. Based on revenues and expenditures for the current year, we are projecting to begin fiscal year 24-25 with a fund balance of $134.8 million. If council approves the CIP closeouts tonight, $1.86 million would be returned to the general fund unassigned balance to be used for operational programs and capital projects. This would bring the estimated beginning fund balance to $136.7 million. In fiscal year 24-25, ongoing expenditures at $175.9 million are projected to be less than general fund revenues by $5.7 million. One-time transfers to capital projects and one-time enhancement requests total $12.3 million for a net decrease to the fund balance of $18.1 million. Various capital projects for improvements to city facilities are proposed to be funded from the Facility Planning Reserve, the Recreation Facilities Reserve, and the unassigned fund balance. The projected ending fund balance for fiscal year 24-25 is $118.6 million. Next slide, please. Of the $118.6 million, the projected fund balance is broken into the following reserve pots. The City Council contingency reserve requirement is 30% of annual operating expenses. The $50.4 million that is shown here was allocated in the prior year's audit. City Council Policy 5002 states that funding is added to the contingency reserve in times of surplus. Since we are not projecting to end the current fiscal year with a surplus, no additional contribution will be made. 30% of the $175.9 million of fiscal year 24-25 ongoing operating expenditures would be $52.8 million. So it's slightly underfunded as we're projecting it now. Only approximately $2.3 million is estimated to be left in the unassigned fund balance of the general fund. Next slide, please. Looking at the city's 10-year financial forecast for the general fund, finance staff analyzes information from a wide variety of sources to build the financial forecast. These include local, state, and national indicators and economic forecasts. It also includes information from the city's various tax and actuarial consultants. The forecast is a very robust document that can reflect multiple economic scenarios. The ongoing operating expenses that exceed revenue, creating a deficit of $5.7 million for fiscal year 24-25. This structural operating deficit carries through the next 10 years of the forecast, and it actually goes up a little bit starting at $10 million in the next 2 years, and then averaging about $5 million in the remaining years. This decrease after the first 2 years, from the 10 down to the 5, is due to the removal of Wellness Village in fiscal year 2028 because of the other things that are in the planning pipeline for that particular site on the Virginia parking lot. Next slide, please. So the city is lucky to have these strong general fund reserves. Based on the forecast, the predicted period of deficit requires the city to draw down on those reserves. In fiscal year 21-22, the $15 million from the March one-time property transfer tax was placed in the pension trust. The forecast, as we're showing it, is drawing down on that reserve over the next 9 years to smooth out our high pension costs. This one-time revenue helps maintain a larger fund balance at the end of the 10-year period than would have been previously possible. I think I pointed this out in May as well. The revenues that we are seeing from Measure BL, the updated business license tax, that dotted line reflects where our fund balances would have been without it. And you can see that we would have been completely depleted by year 9 in this 10-year forecast. But those revenues, even though we're seeing a delta in higher expenses than revenues now, we're still ending that 10-year period with some reserves. So they're predicted to fall to $61.6 million in fiscal year 33-34. In 4 to 5 years, the city won't be able to maintain its 30% contingency reserve levels. Those are going to dip below that 30% threshold more significantly. And given this forecast, the council may want to consider pursuing additional revenue-generating measures at some point. The city should also continue to advocate on a county and a state level for ongoing operational funding for homeless services so that the general fund does not have to support that entire burden going on. And next slide, please. And that concludes my formal presentation. I'm available to answer any questions, and I thought we could leave this slide up because there is, it is in the staff report, but we need to take the items in a specific order so that we can properly approve the budget.
Thank you. Let's go, if we're able, to, if there are any public comments, and then we'll just bring it back to colleagues so everyone can do everything at one time, just trying to be mindful of time. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Ogre, and Ms. Noller. Thank you for being here.
All right, we currently have 5 speakers signed up for PH1. Our speakers are Benjamin Lewinix, Jean Black, Melissa Sanders, Greg Marin, and Stephen Jones. So our first speaker is Benjamin Lewinix. Oh, try.
No, it's not. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and esteemed council members. My name is Benjamin Lewinix. My wife, son, and I are the owners of 5816 Vickstone Court here in Culver City. I've come here in support of the capital expenditures budget and to specifically bring your attention to project PF049 in the 2024-2025 budget and capital allocation report. Living in Culver City has been a dream for Sonia and I for quite some time now. My older sister, my only siblings, lived in Culver City for about 15 years now, so I've experienced firsthand what a great place Culver City is to live and work. Sonia and I are very excited to renovate and improve our property in the Blair Hills neighborhood, but over the course of work, we did come across some potential issues related to a storm drain running adjacent to Lenawi Avenue. The drain runs under the western portion of our lot. Once we discovered this, that there was a possibility of some damage underneath our property, we contacted the city, and we appreciate how quickly the city did send crews out there, fully examine the pipe, and share with us video of the entire length of the storm drain. We hope that the full maintenance of the storm drain is approved within the budget. This project matters to the neighborhood because there's soil that's currently going into the pipe right now That soil subsidence, if it continues, will likely cause a large sinkhole about 70 feet north of our or south of our property with the adjacent lot, which would potentially cause massive damage to that property as well as the adjacent ones. The maintenance being approved, and not just approved, but being done now, will make a huge difference preventing this sinkhole from happening. It'll also give us confidence that this major renovation that we're undertaking won't be placed in any jeopardy by continuing damage to the storm drain not being addressed. We hope you fully approve the capital budget and this maintenance project and that the work takes place soon. Thank you for your time and allowing me to address you tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Black.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I wanted to speak tonight about addressing this deficit. Culver City wants to provide services that can't be funded entirely from taxes and fees, like transportation, affordable housing, homeless services, and cultural arts. Cities need external funding from state and federal governments, large corporations, and foundations. And whether we like it or not, grant funding today is a business. Being successful requires commitment and focus. We have an economic development department aided by a Chamber of Commerce to grow our business sector, but we don't have staff dedicated to developing relationships with state and federal elected officials and their staff and building the networks that will give us access to outside funding sources for arts and human services. We can't expect you, part-time council members, to develop the sustained relationships that are required to access this kind of funding. Ideally, we would have a government, corporate, and foundation relations function. As a first step, I would propose that the city manager's office add a government relations staff person with expertise in housing and homeless services. If this person's successful, they should earn their salary back many times over. There's widespread recognition that housing affordability and homelessness have reached crisis levels, and billions of government dollars are being allocated to address it. Culver City has been a leader in providing the services, but as was just mentioned, we need to be more aggressive in seeking external funding, both for services and for affordable housing. We know it'll take the better part of a year to develop a job description, figure out the appropriate compensation level, do a recruitment, and so if a position is approved in the fiscal year 24-25 budget, it wouldn't actually incur any expenses in that year. I don't think we can wait another year to start this process. Grants in particular have a really, really long lead time. The state's budget deficit doesn't help, but we missed out on a number of grant opportunities. So I really think that it's important for us to think into the future and start preparing this kind of capability for arts and human services that we already have on the business development side. Thank you for considering my proposal.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders.
I would just like to say yes to what was just said. We need a grant writer. We need somebody in that coming from a nonprofit arena. We have a grant department, so you might want to consider that. Thanks for the budget overview. That was a little horrifying, to be honest. It does remind me, though, that we are a teeny tiny city, that our grand plans and ideas are way above what we can afford as a teeny tiny city to actually do. So we have to think about what the priorities are. I really wish you guys had talked to Venice Family Clinic before spending a ridiculous amount of money on a reinvent the wheel mobile clinic crisis thing. That could have been done for millions of dollars less and probably been a big help. I know our school district is in deep, deep, deep financial trouble, but I think that that should be a shared cost, to be honest. We're both in trouble. So for you to take on another $500,000 when it's kids going to school, they should take some responsibility. But overall, I really really just want to say yes to the outside funding, yes to really thinking about how we can gather additional resources, but also start to prioritize what's best for everyone instead of taking on special projects perhaps that don't have as much overall value as they may be great ideas and wonderful thoughts, but we can't afford to do everything for everyone, or talk to some other cities and do some joint projects. But that was really eye-opening and a little disturbing. So I really hope you guys kind of drill down and say, what do we not need? Because the fact that there's some transportation things that are getting delayed when that seems to be a really big problem is, to me, I'd rather see the sidewalks done. I'd rather see our streets fixed. But that's my personal opinion. So I don't know all the little details. And I'm still kind of just shocked. So I'm sure some of my ideas are just kind of out my head at the moment. But really try to work on with the district. Maybe the district is a great way to start doing some things together, whether it's crossing guards, whether it's like, hey, we need another pool. Maybe we build a pool on the school campus and we use that one while we're rebuilding the other one, or whatever those combinations of things are. But maybe there's some things that the district and the city can do together that financially would behoove both of you. Just, I don't know what they are. I'm not on that committee, but, think outside the box.
Thank you. Your next speaker is Greg Marin.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Greg Marin. I'm speaking as a community member, not on behalf of any committee that I participate here in Culver City. This spring, I took the time to go out into my community and talk to neighbors about their priorities in Culver City. Over and over again, as I spoke to neighbors, I heard about the importance of parks and what parks mean in Culver City and how the city is not supporting parks sufficiently to meet the needs that our families have. I participated in that effort, and I encourage people to speak directly to council leadership, and I know from my engagement with them that close to 100 of them took the time to provide written comment to you about their thoughts on parks. I was encouraged by that, and I was hoping to see that in the new budget for parks, we would see a significant increase in funding over last year. I understand from talking and from reading some of the responses from the city that there's a lot of pride in the work that the city is doing to improve parks, and we appreciate that. But at the end of the day, the budget allocation in this year's budget is essentially the same as it was last year. We are not going to fix our parks, and we are not going to make the improvements that we need if we continue to fund parks at the same level every year. We need a significant increase in funding. I know there's talk that maybe the city should raise a bond and increase funding that way. I think that's an interesting idea. But I think if the city is going to ask community members like myself and taxpayers to increase our family's budget for our parks, I think the city should lead by example and increase the city's budget for parks. That will go a long way to helping us believe that it's the right thing to do. So in closing, I just want to encourage the city in this last opportunity to think about reinvestment in parks and to make parks the priority that the community in Culver City expects them to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Jones.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. I saw an interesting post on social media from someone in Culver City. They said, "Don't be fooled by calls for participatory budgeting. That's just code for reducing the police budget." I thought it was interesting because implicit in this statement is the idea that if the people of the city had a more direct say in the city budget, then the police would be getting less money. This isn't because everyone in Culver City dislikes the police or wants to defund the police or dismantle the police or anything like that. It just goes to relative preferences. Should we spend nearly $200,000 a year to hire a new police employee to handle public records requests that CCPD already has their staff handling today? Or should we instead use less than half of that money to finally hire, say, a new parks maintenance person that Parks has been requesting for years to do work that isn't getting done currently, like regular cleaning of parks bathrooms and playground repairs? Every time I talk to someone about the budget, they're surprised to see how much more we spend on police than any other department. A recent poll of LA found that 78% of people want some of the police budget reallocated to other community services. This is a poll they do every year, and it's the highest it's ever been. Now, some of those folks might want like $2,000 less reallocated elsewhere. Some folks might want $2 million more allocated elsewhere. But whatever the amount is, the preference of the vast majority is for less funding, not more. And yet, against the preferences of the residents of the city, this city passes increase after increase after increase for the police while cutting other departments. Just know that folks are finally starting to notice.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I normally keep it on for that reason because I routinely forget to press the button, so thank you for that. Thank you to the community members who provided comment. We will have a motion to close the joint public hearing.
We have a motion from Vice Mayor O'Brien, second by Councilmember Puza.
I want to pause here just to see if folks have any, colleagues have any questions about CFO Soger's presentation. If not, we can just go down the list in terms of the staff report, page 2 of the staff report in terms of motions, but just want to take a pause here to see if folks have any questions, colleagues have any questions about the presentation.
Mayor, can we vote to close the public hearing
Yes,
first?
we can. I just wanted to,
Okay.
our folks knew where we were going. Thank you, City Clerk.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. We are closing the public hearing now. All members have voted, and that motion passes 5 ayes.
Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any green lights. So do we have a motion to adopt the resolution approving our annual appropriations limit for the fiscal year 2024-2025 that CFO Soger details in her presentation?
I have a motion by Councilmember Vera, seconded by Vice Mayor O'Brien, to adopt the City Council resolution approving and adopting the annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 2024 to 2025. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, going right on down the list. Do we have discussion or do we have a motion to consider CCUSD's request to fully fund the crossing guard contract? And it follows to provide direction to the city manager to include this in our budget as well. Any questions? Is there anything that popped up?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. And Councilmember Vera, can you give me what the motion is? Is it to approve
Yes.
the entire?
Recommendations of the subcommittee, yes.
Yes, okay, great, as written. Thank you.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, so I can just put it in again. Yes, it's to include the 288. Yeah. I think that's what it was, right? Right, right. Okay. All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to consider fully funding the crossing guard contract and to include in the budget an additional $288,495 from the general fund for this purpose. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Madam Mayor, I have a follow-up to that.
Okay.
In the report we got, it said that the liaison subcommittee between the city and the school district had said that we need to figuring out a strategy how to do this. So I'm just wondering if you had any further discussion or you just left it with that, because for me, I think these kind of decisions should be data-driven. So we put our resources where they make the most value. And so I wonder what your discussion was, because maybe that's a follow-up that we need to do during this year now.
Yes, I don't know, do we have our Director of Public Works here?
He was here a moment ago.
Okay.
Let's
He
see if
was
he's
at
on
the
that.
meeting and outlined that sort of process that team is undergoing. It seems like the Vice Mayor wants to add, but there is a formal process that's undergoing right now.
Yeah, Mayor. We directed Public Works to develop a format by which if a community member or the district wanted to add a crosswalk, there needs to be, they would create an application process and a matrix by which it would be applied. While that is happening, while that is being developed, all future requests need to go through the subcommittee.
Okay, thank you. I think that's valuable that everyone knows that it's sort of going to be more data-driven going forward.
Okay.
Okay, can I just interrupt one moment?
Absolutely.
Thank you. So now that council has approved adding the $288,495 to the budget, in approving the resolution for the city's budget, you need to formally amend that as part of that. And maybe you want to take that one separately because you're going to add that $288,495 into the city's budget, total appropriation. So you just need to amend the city budget as part of the motion.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you for that direction. So I will highlight it. Make sure we don't forget. We are now to city.
Excuse me one second, Mayor. Ms. Oger, do we need the amendment now before we move on so we can close that chapter off, or?
Well, your the next thing you're going to do is to be approving those resolutions. So when you approve that resolution, that amendment should go to there's 4 of them, and the one that's for the city's budget should include that the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor.
So we have city council and boards adopt respective resolutions to approve the fiscal year 2024-2025 budgets for the city of Culver City, successor agency, housing authority, and parking authority. I know I'd like to say something about this, but I do, if colleagues have anything they want to say, provide a little space for that. I will say what I need to say. Any comments before a motion is made for this? Councilmember Vera? Councilmember Erickson?
No, it's going to be heavy lifting for the next few years to get a more balanced budget. So good luck to all of you who's going to be on the council afterwards.
Councilmember Blizzard.
I do have a few comments, if you'll bear with me. Just as we transition from the fiscal year, ending the previous fiscal year to the new fiscal year, and leap into our fresh new year, I just want to take a moment of gratitude to all city staff for all the hard work. At times, it feels so removed, being in the chambers from the day-to-day operations. We decide on policy here, but the city employees are the ones who, actualize the city budget, and they're a central part of our ecosystem. So thank you to all of city staff. Thank you to all the department heads who go through their budget, review their departments, and make enhancement requests. I really appreciate everything that they do. Culver City is a great city. We have a lot of work to do. I want to repeat that. We have so much work to do, but it's a great city. I'm very concerned about our budget. We had the $12 million or so in one-time CIPs and the $5.7 million in ongoing deficit. So it's going to be one of my top priorities moving forward. But I am concerned about the way we frame the deficit. Because to me, it's not that we have to generate more revenue to fund our homeless services. This is limited and short-sighted thinking to me. The number one issue I heard about when I was campaigning was housing and homelessness. And I know we all have different perspectives on how we're doing and how we got here. And that conversation should and will continue at a different time, but nonetheless, we are responding to this issue. So I think we have to take a holistic look at our budget and either cut, reallocate, and of course, we have to generate more revenue. And we need a mechanism or a way to do this, but the question to me is not only do we fund homelessness services or not. It's not that binary. We also have to look at all of our departments who are in desperate need of additional funding, our public works and parks, recreation, community services departments, for example, are in vital need of attention. They're doing the best they can with what they have, and I greatly appreciate the work that they're doing. But these departments are understaffed. A lot of departments are understaffed, and they don't have the adequate resources to provide the services that our residents expect from our great city. We have a lot of events coming up. FIFA, the Super Bowl, and the Olympics, and we have to prepare for the impact of those events. And it'll require us to be extremely savvy and forward-thinking. An area of growth and opportunity is more accountability and rationale for the budget requests. It was a wonderful step. Thank you so much to the CFO and your whole team, as I've shared before. But it'd be great to tie the strategic priorities that we have and work plan priorities to specific metrics and measurements when possible, understanding that, those are not always possible. And I think that's it. So I've just really committed to, this is a process, and so I'm really committed to a process, knowing that it takes time. And change is an interesting concept because it can happen, in an instant, or it can move at glacial speed. But I'm committed to work with my colleagues, to work with the community, to a more inclusive and equitable budget. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks again to Ms. Soger and Ms. Nolan for your hard work and putting all this together, wrangling all the departments and working together. It's a monumental task, and as soon as you produce your golden book, you start again for the next year. So it's really appreciated, I know, by all of us. And then also to all of our staff, I did note from your presentation that CIP projects many of them were under budget, and that enabled us to help our structural deficit. So that's great news that our our staff is working hard to stay under budget when they can. I appreciate that. I know from the standpoint, I mean, yes, of course, we always need to find ways to be more efficient in the way we do things and find opportunities for savings within all of our departments and the budgets that they have. At the same time, we shifted significantly into a funding for a much-needed service, and that's to take care of our in-house population. I don't think any of us up here are believing that we need to reduce that because it's in 1 year, a year and a half, it's made a significant difference in the lives of a lot of people who are on the street. So that's a place where I don't know how we could reduce that at this stage because it's still very much needed, but, or I should say, we receive almost no funding from the county on this, and we need to really, really, and I'm going to be a part of that effort, lobby, beg for assistance from our partners in the county. You know, I've said it many times. We've done the napkin calculations, but we contribute about $5 million a year in sales tax to Measure H, and we've gotten over 7 years about $400,000 from that, of $35 million that we've contributed, the taxpayers here. So we, as a city, are setting the example on how we do this. I've been in meetings at our Independent Cities Association where council members from all 89 independents. I had the good fortune of attending Supervisor Mitchell's convening a mayor's meeting. That's all the mayors in the district. Mayor McMorrin was at a conference in Atlanta, much needed presence there. So I was gratefully able to represent the city at that. Nobody's close to us, nobody. I mean, factor of 10, what we're doing. And it's working. And for us to show the rest of the county and the state and even the country that it works, we need that, that financial support from the county and the state. I hope we can get that. I'm going to be working hard with, I'm sure, my colleagues to secure funding for that. Parks, I'm glad so many people are getting on board with parks. As I've said before, this has been a passion of mine almost since my first days in Culver City. I helped form, I was the president of a nonprofit, Culver City Great Parks Association, way back in 2008 or so. And I have to say, someone who's visited every one of our parks in Culver City, I actually made a map of them all at one time. I could tell you that the walking path around Fox Hills Park is 0.49 miles because I measured it myself. This was over 10 years ago. They're looking better than they ever have before. Not that it doesn't mean we don't need a lot more attention to them. And I am, I requested from our prior PRCS director, if you want to request funding for a general parks master plan, I'm down for it. Please do. We put it on last year's budget, and we all voted for it. So I was happy for that, as well as a feasibility study for the Bill Botts and Vets Park. So, these things will be coming soon after we complete our parks master planning, and I'm excited about that. And where we can allocate to fund these, I am really glad to do so. But we have to keep everything in context with one another because we have a lot of departments that have a lot of needs. So as Councilmember Erickson said, I think he's happy he doesn't have to deal with the future challenges that we have, but we need to look hard going forward. But what we're doing right now today is what is needed. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to try to be. Thank you so much to our department heads, colleagues, all staff, all of our staff, and community members. I am incredibly grateful for this process. I've always said that our budget is a reflection of our values, and I believe that it is such a privilege. It is such a privilege to sit on this dais and do this work for our community. The one thing I consistently remind myself of is that we all share a love for this city where we live, learn, work, and play. I believe that there is so much that is more possible, that is so much more that is possible than the status quo, and so much is possible when we work together collectively with the needs of us all at the center. I don't believe that it is fair to blame our budget deficit on an investment in care and housing and human services, because I believe and I know that there is a cost that we bear when we do not act and we do not make this an investment. And that is often more expensive and is often less helpful. I have voted yes on one budget since I've been elected, and I voted for that 2021-2022 budget because it included $1.5 million for our mobile crisis team that I'm proud to say just came online this year in 2024. I'm really proud to have supported revenue measures as Measure RE and Measure BL, but there's so much more that we could do, not just tax measures, but just in general. And I really believe that we need to reactivate our budget subcommittee. It should be meeting. I really think we need to engage our community more and rethink how we approach and prioritize our entire budget process. The forecast is so clear in terms of what will happen if we change nothing and we keep doing everything the same, and that's completely unsustainable. And I fundamentally believe that there are more solutions available to us than to just freeze hiring and eliminate positions. That's one way, but I'm sure that there are many other ways that we might be able to approach this issue that's in front of us. So I have some questions to colleagues, to staff. I've heard at least from 2, maybe 3 of us about just overall how we have to think about our budget process and in the context of it and/or potential reevaluation. What is that going to look like in practice as we move forward today? So we're going to take this vote. It doesn't matter how it goes. We will have a budget. But what will our commitment in terms of dealing with this structural, what will it look like? Hearing at least from, I think, 2, maybe 3 people that is something that folks are interested in.
So I hear what you're asking now is we need a budget, right, to move forward. And you mention whether reactivating on maybe a strategic level the budget subcommittee to be forward-thinking about how we handle this. And certainly, I think staff can come with recommendations on what we could approach, and it really is to the council to set that policy, to set that direction. And if the subcommittee is a good place to start, I think we could do that and take a look. You know, we have tools, right? We have the forecast. We usually look at it, you know, during the budget time, during mid-year, but it certainly can be something that can be evaluated sort of on an ongoing basis, so that we're not just at the you know, as we just enter these 2 phases of our budget, because our budget is a year-round thing, right? Yeah, everyone's like, oh, you must be so relieved when the budget gets done. No, it's never done.
We have so much appreciation for the work that you do, truly.
It is always going, yes.
Yes.
From a trained landscape architect, it's really, you know, here I am, many years later. So planning, I have a background in planning too, so but planning for this is an important thing. So I don't disagree that there would be some value in us establishing something where we think about addressing this ongoing deficit and the needs, the future needs. I think we didn't really talk about it in this budget, but we talked about it during the work plan, you know, as new housing gets built in the city, and there are many projects in the pipeline that are coming down. Those are new residents, new community members that will need services that we have not even really wrapped our arms around what that's going to be, and we do need to look at it. And I think it would be valuable to start to do that with the council, not just twice a year when we address mid-year, or as we address, those inevitable things that come up through, filter up through the community when there's a hot, button item, but that we come up with a plan to address it in the long term.
Okay, that sounds good to me. Also, is it possible, I know, and I'm really grateful for the community workshop we did, is it possible, and I don't want to forget the FAC and potentially leveraging that expertise and that arm, but is it possible that we might maybe do 2 community workshops next year? Just because it was really well attended and it was raining. I think next time, if it's not raining, we might not have enough room in that space. Because it was so that'd be wonderful.
I am absolutely willing to have a meeting if there are interested people. I am certainly happy to show up and figure out what the agenda is. Maybe it's another one along the same veins of what we did, and maybe another one is a little bit more question and answer. Maybe it's devoting more time to that. But certainly, I'm open to hosting meetings. I'm happy that people came. In the past, I've not experienced that people tend to show up.
Excited. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing. They're engaged. Okay, so my last question kind of dovetails. I did not know that Ms. Barker was going to ask that question, but sort of how we're thinking about identifying and either additional revenue, and I know that some teams have specific folks who work on grants, or I guess what our plan is. Should we identify some cities have like part-time lobbyists that they contract with for either specific something. So is that something that we could potentially explore that might not be a full cost of like a whole person, but could potentially drive us toward filling some of our immediate gaps that we are looking at? And of course, we will continue to do our part. I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I feel like we're on board here.
No, we're very grateful for the grant opportunities that the council shares with us, and we oftentimes act on those, and sometimes we get them even, so they're fantastic. I mean, the grant process is done piecemeal throughout different departments, and oftentimes that's very effective because the grant applications themselves rely on very specific expertise within the department. So even if we had a grant writer on staff, they would need to work very closely with staff, which would take a lot of staff time. So, it's something we're looking at and we're evaluating. The Public Works Department does have a consultant staff grant writer who they've offered to share with us. So I know we're looking at opportunities to do that. So it's something we're going to keep an eye on, but I'm not certain that we see the cost-benefit analysis yet, being totally clear cut, but it's definitely something that we'll keep under consideration in the future.
So maybe that's something we'll continue to think about as we do the longer term in these committee works. Okay.
And I would just add, I know that we on staff make connections, through various organizations. I'm on a policy subcommittee. I know that Councilmember Erickson also is, but I sit and meet I'm on the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Subcommittee, so I meet people through that, and maybe when we hear about things, staff tends to bring them in, and maybe we could look at more ways of encouraging connections with our other departments into some of those committees to sort of begin to make those connections in Sacramento that can help us take advantage of whatever possibilities there are, when the state budget won't be bad forever. Sometimes it's good, and then we can be.
It was just good.
It was just good not so long ago, a year ago. So, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much, CFO Soger. Councilmember
Madam-
Pusa, did you? Oh, sorry. And then we'll come here. I'm sorry, I saw him first.
Thank you. I think you were saying it's more than just a grant writer and a lobbyist, but like kind of the government relations, corporate foundations, that they would be the clearinghouse for all of these relationships, and that one person would be the funnel externally. But just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
The city had a lobbyist 2012 and a few years forward. At least that's 2010 was the first time I met them up in Sacramento. So we had that. So if we can go back and ask some people who were around at that time on council and so on, they probably can give us an idea what the value was to come out of it, because I think it actually disappeared in the financial stress of 2000, wherever it happened. But anyway, we cut that, and I think that it was before I got on council, so before 2016, it was cut or somewhere around there. So we had but we probably want to ask some people that's been around for some time to see what the impact was of that group.
My first few years here on staff, we had the lobbyist in DC, and it was a set contract, and it was pretty significant. It was $75,000 or $100,000 a year, and we just didn't see the payback.
No, I think that was specifically FAA, but we actually had lobbyists up in Sacramento. Fearman or something, I don't know, it was father-son operation. So anyway, but yeah, we had for FAA in DC, which we canceled.
To have a Sacramento lobby firm that works for them. There are a couple other ones that other cities use. It's a fairly common thing, so we could make some calls and get some quotes.
Yeah, to see how it's working in other places, if it's
Yeah.
beneficial. I think also getting a historical look back to see, what we've done before, but just maybe there's something there moving forward, just something to consider. Are there any other comments? And thank you so much, CFO Soger, for addressing my concerns, and Assistant City Manager as well. Any other comments, concerns? Okay, so can we have a motion for City Council and boards adopt respective resolutions approving the fiscal year 2024-2025 budgets for the City of Culver City, Successor Agency, Housing Authority, and Parking Authority?
Mayor?
Including the amendment.
Do you mind if we pull out the City of Culver City budget so we can allow for the additional 288,000+?
I'm gonna let you read it, and then
Okay.
we'll do it that way. How about
Okay.
that? Because I'm just looking at the staff report. Okay.
So the motion is to adopt as amended the resolution adopting the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget for the City of Culver City, including the additional $288,495 for the CCUSD crossing guards. So if you want to take that motion first, and then we'll take the next.
Wait, I thought we did the crossing guards.
We did, but now we
This is
have to
just
include
adding
it
it
in the
in.
resolution
Got it.
amount.
Got it,
So
got
it's an amended resolution.
Okay, sounds
Yep.
good.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien, and I'm calling it. Please hold.
And can you read it out just one more time, City Clerk, the full motion,
Uh-oh, what happened to
if you don't mind?
Adopt as amended the resolution adopting the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget for the City of Culver City, and allowing for the, and including, sorry, I lost it, so I have to write it as I go, as including the additional 288,400 and something. $95 for the crossing guards. Okay. We have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. That motion passes, 4 ayes, 1 abstain from Mayor McMorrin. And then the second part of that is a motion to adopt the respective resolutions adopting the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget for the successor agency to the Culver City Redevelopment Agency, the Culver City Housing Authority, and the Culver City Parking Authority. And we have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. There we go. Please vote. That motion passes, 4 ayes. 1 abstain from Mayor McMorrin. And then we move on to the 4th section, which is to adopt the resolution approving the salary schedules for miscellaneous employees, police safety employees, and fire safety employees effective July 1st, 2024. And we have a motion by Councilmember Vera and a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes. 4 ayes, 1 abstain from Mayor McMorrin. Next, we have the authorization of the fiscal year 23-24 capital improvement program project completion and closeout summary. We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien this time, and a second by Councilmember Vera, and that is to authorize wow. Please vote. All members have voted. That passes unanimously. And finally, we have the authorization to perform treasurer transactions for Westside City Council of Governments for fiscal year 2024-2025. We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted, and that motion passes unanimously. And I believe we have completed all components, correct? We
For that
are
one.
done with PH1.
That's it. Thank you. PH2, public hearing on the adoption of a resolution confirming and levying the assessment for the Higuera Street Landscape and Lighting Assessment District for fiscal year 2024-2025. Can we have a very brief staff report? Oh, excuse me. Haha. Mayor seeks a motion from the City Council to receive and file the affidavits of publication and posting of notices and correspondence received in response to the public hearing notices. Then we'll have a staff report.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Vera. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
All right, I was too fast with that last one. May we have a staff report now?
Okay, Ms. Mayor, you want a brief or very brief?
Very brief.
Very brief.
Very brief if you can. We have the staff report here.
All right. Okay, tonight is the public hearing for the Higuera landscaping and street lighting improvements, which were installed in 1995 at the request of the property owners. The location is on Higuera Street between Lindblade Avenue and Hayden Avenue. Each of the properties directly or indirectly benefits from the public improvements maintained in the district by the Parks and Recreations and Community Services Department. Staff is proposing that the assessment levy per linear footage, frontage per parcel remains at $4.35. No increase to the charge to the property owner. And the rest of the information on the revenues and expenditures are contained in the engineer's report. That concludes the very brief staff report. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We'll do questions after we hear from the public. Can we have a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien, and that's to open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Do we have any public comment, City Clerk? On
We
this
do
item?
not.
Can we have a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to close the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Is there any questions or comments at this time or any discussion? Councilmember Vera.
No questions, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
No.
Councilmember Puza.
No, Mayor, thanks.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
No, Mayor, thank you.
Can we have a motion in support of the staff recommendation?
Yes, we have a motion to adopt a resolution confirming and levying the assessment levy for the Higuera Street Landscape and Lighting Assessment District for the fiscal year 2024-2025. We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to P3. Public hearing, the adoption of a resolution confirming and levying the assessment for landscaping maintenance District 1 for fiscal year 2024-2025. And we have a very brief staff report.
Can we get a motion to receive and file?
Oh, receive and file. I always skip that. I apologize. Thank you, City Clerk. Motion to receive and file notice, affidavits, and correspondence. Thank you.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Vera to receive and file the affidavits. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Now it's time for a staff report. Thank you, City Clerk.
Mayors and members of the City Council, Landscape Maintenance District Number 1 is located adjacent to Studio Estates, which on the streets adjacent to it are Culver Boulevard, adjacent to Senior Center, and on Alenda Street up to Arizona Avenue. Staff is proposing that the assessment levy remain the same for per parcel, which is $252.13. An attachment is the city engineer's report, which contains the revenues and expenses outlined. And that concludes the report.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Erickson and a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously. And we have no public comment.
Can we have a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion from Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to close the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, do colleagues have any questions or comments at this time? Seeing none, can we have a motion to adopt a resolution confirming and levying the assessment for Landscape Maintenance District 1 for fiscal year 2024-2025?
We have a motion by Councilmember Erickson, a second by Councilmember Vera. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes. 5 ayes.
Okay. PH4, public hearing on the adoption of a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for the sewers users service charge for service year 2024-2025. Can we have a motion to receive and file the affidavits of publication, posting of notices, and correspondence received in response to the public hearing notices?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to receive and file. Please vote. Everyone has voted. The motion passes. 5 ayes.
May we have a very brief staff report?
Yes, Mayor and members of the City Council, this is the public hearing for the sewer user service charge for fiscal year 24-25. Staff is proposing for the first time in 5 years to raise the rates per the CPI. The rate is 3.4%, which is the published rate by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, February Consumer Price Index, in order to keep up with inflation. The last time we raised it was in 2019, 2020, and that amount back then was 2.5%. So it's been 5 years, and it's time in order for us to keep up with the increasing cost of construction especially. And staff is recommending that the City Council approve this rate increase, and it would be put on the property owner's tax roll bill that would be mailed out this September. And the engineer's report contains details of the revenues and expenses of the sewer user, or the sewer enterprise fund, which the biggest source of revenue is the sewer user service charge. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Erickson, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes 5 ayes, and we have 2 speakers.
Our speakers are Michelle Weiner and Albert Medina. We'll go ahead and get started with Michelle Weiner.
Okay. Next is Albert Medina.
Hello. I see that you're going to raise our property taxes to land, to all the parcels. I too, I have a couple properties here in Culver City. They say they're going to raise our property taxes because I need to keep up with inflation. I too need to keep up with inflation. I'm struggling, very struggling with inflation. And also, I have three apartments in Culver City, and I can't keep up with inflation because we have a strict form of rent control now in Culver City. So, and it would be nice if you would allow the landlords to raise the rent maybe just 1% more for this cost, so we could share the cost to everybody, except shouldering all the cost on what you might think is greedy and rich landlords, which I'm not. So it would be nice, so it would be more, inclusive and equitable for a level playing field, because I can't raise my rents that much. And this year was only like around 3% something. So even when it was allowed to go up 5%, which was nothing because inflation was double that. So this is just, you're putting the burden on people who own properties, and you're just punishing us. And it's just getting worse because inflation is, like they just said, like you just said, you got to keep up with inflation. I need to keep up with inflation as well. I got a daughter in college, and I got another kid in school, and I'm paying for his education, and this is rough. This is very, very difficult on people who own properties. Okay? Thank you. Just keep in mind.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to close the public hearing?
I have a motion from Vice Mayor O'Brien and a second from Councilmember Puza. Please hold. Go. Please vote. Thank you so much. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
No questions, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Really no question, but what Mr. Medina brings up is sort of now a fact of life, and at some point it needs to be addressed. And I was going to quote what the famous, world-renowned Swedish economist once said, and that was that second to carpet bombing a city, rent control is the best way to destroy it. And I think Mr. Medina is sort of alluring to that there is less and less money for maintenance and upkeep and so on. So over time, it creates sort of properties that are not maintained to the standard they should be, which is not good. I have no problem with us increasing this sewer fee because we need to do that, but we also need to realize that over time, it becomes sort of a problem for property owners.
Councilmember Puza.
No questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Ryan.
Super quick question. I should know this, but I saw that this current fiscal year, we appropriated $9.2 million for Culver City Capital Project. I'm just curious what that is, or multiple. It's way higher than the prior year and this coming proposed budget.
We plan to divert the sewer flows from the Fox Hill Sewer Pump Station, which is located in the mall parking lot close to Macy's. It will be a directional bore underneath the mall parking lot to Bankfield. And that project's estimated cost is about $6 million. And then we have a couple of little small projects.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to adopt the resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy of the sewer users service charge for fiscal year 2024, 2025?
Yes, Mayor, and may we also state that this is absent a majority protest, and as per the correspondence provided today, there were 8 letters of protest, and the gentleman prior makes it 9, which is not a majority. So this is the adoption of a resolution absent a majority protest confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for the sewer user service charge for fiscal year 2024, 2025. Now we have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Vera. Okay, please vote. All members have voted, and that passes unanimously.
All right, y'all, we're getting there. PH5. We are doing a introduction of an ordinance approving city-initiated zoning code amendment, P2024-0083 ZCA, amending Title 17 zoning sections, and there are other things. It's a long title. Can we have a motion to receive and file the affidavit of publication and posting of the public hearing notice?
We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Puza. Please vote. All members who are present have voted. The motion passes 4 ayes. Absent from the dais currently, Councilmember Vera.
Can we have a brief staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am Assistant City Attorney Christina Burrows, and tonight I am presenting on the city-initiated zoning code amendment to allow digital wayfinding kiosks on public property. Do we have the PowerPoint? Yep. Wonderful. Can you go to the next slide, please? By way of background, in November of 2021, the City Council directed staff to release a request for information related to interactive kiosks. In January of 2022, the RFI was released. Four firms responded, with 2 providing prototypes suitable for the outdoor environment. In April of 2023, the Economic Development Subcommittee reviewed the responses and directed staff to invite firms to present their prototypes at 2 community meetings. Next slide, please. In August of 2023, those two meetings were held, and in October of 2023, the Economic Development Subcommittee considered community feedback and provided a recommendation to the City Council. Next slide, please. At the October 23, 2023 City Council meeting, the City Council directed staff to pursue an amendment to the sign ordinance to allow for a digital kiosk program. And slide 4, please. Okay. This slide shows examples of digital kiosks. And next slide, please. The proposed revisions to the zoning code include a new definition of public property to clarify that for the purposes of the sign code, public property includes the right-of-way, parks, and all real property owned or controlled by the city. The proposed revisions also include a definition of wayfinding kiosk, which is proposed to be defined as an interactive digital wayfinding kiosk installed on public property, which shall provide public information and other messaging selected by the city and may include commercial advertising. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments amend the sign code to expressly allow wayfinding kiosks on public property pursuant to an agreement with the city. The proposed amendments also remove references to the redevelopment agency from this portion of the sign code. Next slide, please. On April 24, 2024, the Planning Commission held a noticed public hearing at which they considered the proposed amendments. There's a lot of text on this slide, but it's taken from the staff report, so it might be easier to read it from the staff report. Individual planning commissioners provided comments, which are described in the staff report and on this slide. Some of those comments included support for showing media and art generated by CCOSD students, support for sharing local information, a desire to continue to prohibit billboards in the city, a desire to limit the number of kiosks, a desire to adopt a different definition of kiosk, a desire to limit the size of the screens on the kiosks, and a request to conduct more public outreach. Some planning commissioners also opposed the kiosk amendment due to concerns about limited space on public sidewalks and in public areas, a worry about potential oversaturation in Culver City, concerns about traffic distractions, and concerns about the potential proliferation of advertising in Culver City. Next slide, please. Ultimately, the Planning Commission voted 3-2 to recommend the City Council deny the code amendment. The Planning Commission's resolution recommended denial based on the unknown impacts related to the kiosks, including the unknown number of kiosks and the unknown specific location of the kiosks. Next slide, please. The proposed zoning code amendment is considered exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15303, which is the Class 3 exemption, because this amendment would allow the construction and location of limited numbers of new small facilities or structures. And it's considered exempt pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15304, which is the Class 4 exemption, because this amendment would allow for minor alterations to public land. Next slide, please. The recommendation before you tonight is to introduce an ordinance approving zoning code amendment P 2024-0083 ZCA, modifying section 17.330.015 definitions, 17.330.040 signs in the public right-of-way, and 17.700.010 definitions of specialized terms and phrases of the Culver City Municipal Code as it relates to digital wayfinding kiosks on public property, and adopting a categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Sections 15303 and 15304. Next slide, please. Economic Development Director Elaine Warner and I are here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll do questions after public comment. Can we have a motion to declare the public hearing open?
We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Puza to open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment, City Clerk?
We do.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call the names out so everyone can get prepared. We have Jamie Wallace, Melissa Sanders, Michelle Weiner, Travis Morgan, Marcy Vaughn, Jack Galante, Crystal Alexander, and Kareem Sally. So we'll start off with Jamie Wallace.
What's the time? 3 minutes? Great, thank you. Hello again. I cannot believe that I'm actually going to be able to go home before 12 o'clock midnight. It's just, this is unheard of. I'm not staying, I'm sorry. I walk in downtown Culver City quite a lot. You may have seen us with our dogs. And I keep on running into people who are lost. They're looking at their phones and they're going, because they can't figure out where Washington is, they can't figure out where anything is, and they're looking for restaurants. And I have given directions. And I think one of the saddest experiences to me was when I ran into, well, she was older than me, woman who was trying to get to her job as a fill-in caregiver, and she had taken the expo, and she was desperate to get to the job on time, and she had no idea how to get there. Absolutely no idea. And I found out that the job was over by Sepulveda, and I tried to direct her toward a bus, but she just had to start walking because she had to get to that job. And that's, if there had been a Wayfinder kiosk, she could have gotten there. I don't know what quite happened to her. I was walking the dog, so I couldn't give her a ride. I think that if we had this, a lot fewer people are going to get lost. They're going to know where Lundeen's is, and Aldea, and Karasu. They're going to know where the soccer field is at Fox Hills Park. They can go to Handel's and we eat way too much ice cream. I've used these when I'm traveling, and if I don't know a city, it gives me a lot of help being able to figure out where I am, where this is, and how to get there. So I'm encouraging you that you hold the reins on this, because you will have a contract with the kiosk provider, and you can make sure that they're dimmable when nobody's looking at them. You can have them positioned in a certain way so that they're not blinding bike riders or catching the attention of people in cars. So you've got a lot of power with this, and I think that it's something that in 2024, it's about time that we kind of made things a little bit easier for folks who don't know Culver City, because we get so many people who come in to the city from outside. So I encourage you to consider the usage of the digital kiosks, and also reach out to the community and hear their views and ideas, and put in the right restrictions, and, oh God, I can't read that, I'm sorry. Just uplift the local community. Let's be able to find our way around. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders. Oh.
But I'm just actually going to say ditto to myself. But this actually could make a little dent in our budget deficit, it looks like. So maybe a lot of places could spend a little money on a daily basis and, advertise. And if you're going to have them in the Fox Hills area versus downtown Culver City versus, Arts District, you can even do target marketing. I know, it's amazing. So I'm going to go with yes on this, just for the possibility of additional revenue, which our city desperately, desperately apparently needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Weiner.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I urge you to hold off on approving this zoning amendment. I feel that there is not enough in here for you as policy setters to be able to really have the control that was just mentioned. For example, there are no height limits or size limits or how much space these would take up. There's no limit about how many would be put in our city, our small city. There's nothing about, maintenance. There are many details that, maybe they do or do not belong in a zoning amendment, but certainly size and the number, the total number in our city could be regulated in this amendment, but that's not addressed. I had the experience of being in Playa Vista and seeing a very large kiosk, like one of the ones that was pictured here, and it was completely blank. It looked like it had been blank for a long time, cobwebs and so on. So that's another thing that's not addressed, maintenance. And so that would be on a case-by-case basis. Anytime you would be looking at a contract, you would have to navigate all these waters once again because the zoning amendment doesn't really address any of that. Personally, I feel that there is already a lot of competition for public space. It gets quite crowded on the street, and to put more obstruction is not a big plus for people wandering around. Also, maybe a number of you have had an opportunity to travel outside of our country, and phone use is pretty ubiquitous, even in economically challenged countries. Almost every individual has a phone. So I don't think that, if you're approached on the basis of equity, I wouldn't buy it. I think that people do have phones. They do know how to use them. I just got through using my phone in Japan where, there was an extra challenge of not being able to understand the language or read. And I was able to follow Google Maps and get wherever I needed to go. So if I can do that there, I think that we can manage with our phones, and we don't need to have these gigantic obstructions in our path. So maybe more public input would be a good idea before approving this amendment tonight, because at least you could hear the range of opinions, which obviously they are. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Travis Morgan.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I actually think that zoning is perhaps one of the most important roles of city government. And as is often mentioned in these chambers, it dramatically impacts the character of our community. And I don't think this should be taken lightly, this change to our zoning. For the first time ever, to my knowledge, we would be allowing advertising in our public space. And I think that the policy, the current policies of our city are very widely cherished, that we don't allow billboards, that we don't allow advertising in our public spaces, and that sets us apart from a lot of our neighboring communities, and that we like that aspect of our community. I think that's pretty widely accepted in our community. Apparently, I just learned that in August 2023, we had 2 community meetings to engage a total of 22 people in our community. 22 on an issue of this scope and scale. When Councilmember Erickson raised this issue in the Exchange Club, it was immediately, had a lot of skepticism from members of the Exchange Club, which has wide range of political views, I would say, in terms of that it's not just one side of the political spectrum, and that there's a lot of skepticism there. My concern here is with the process, with almost zero public input, and the fact that it does impact our public spaces that involve cyclists and pedestrians, but was never brought to the BPAC for our input. A lot of the benefits mentioned are for pedestrians and even cyclists, but it was not brought to our committee ever or raised. I feel like that the cart is way before the horse here. My other concern is I actually am in great support of creative ways of raising income and revenue for the city, but the fiscal impact is left blank in the report. And so we have no idea of knowing what kind of fiscal impact this would have. And I would like to know that information so that we can make a data-driven decision on this. And so I would strongly encourage the council to allow for additional public input beyond 22 people, to allow the BPAC to review the proposals, to allow more than one company to make those proposals to the community, that only one company attended, and that we postpone this decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marcy Bond.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I'm speaking up in support of all the electronic wayfinding kiosks. My sister-in-law and I were in Boston this last October, and we were using our phones downtown. It was wet, it was rainy, both of us had different carriers, and for whatever reason, the maps weren't keeping up with our walking speed. We weren't running, we were just walking. And as a result, we struggled to stay on track and figure out where we were. I don't know if a kiosk like that would have been very helpful because we struggled to find where we were. I also would like to say that I've spoken to people on the citywide Olympic Committee, including someone who is a commissioner. And not only can they be used for the businesses, but the city could also use them during the Olympic Games, with a trial run during the World Cup Games. We can point both residents and tourists in the direction of what our city has to offer, from our summer concert series to the parks, what we're doing in the parks, the theater that's going to be in the parks with the kids, the movies that we have in the parks, our parks in general, which are amazing if they do need some updating. And we can also point them to any special events that we have going on at the time, as well as our businesses. So we're not limited to just using them for businesses. On top of that, we could use the data that we get from the World Cup trial to find out what's going to work best in these kiosks. Another thing to think about is that Mayor McMorrin was discussing how she would like, at the joint meeting, that she would like to see a way to showcase our schools and their activities and their accomplishments. These kiosks could do that as well. A good example would be perhaps the AVPA performances, the art shows, etc. Obviously, the city would need to collaborate with the district about these kiosks and if they were installed, but it would be one possibility of how to get information out about our schools and what's going on there. Overall, I think these installments would greatly benefit the city, its residents, its businesses, and the people who come here, our visitors.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jack Galenti.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. It's nice to be here before midnight. I see both sides of the issue. I see sustaining our cultural significance with not having billboards, but I also see the added value of having these boards throughout the city in specific locations. There are a lot of smaller events throughout the city that aren't as publicized due to cost. And I think these kiosks could increase awareness of maybe lesser known events that are happening throughout the city. I also want to bring up that upkeep has been the bane of existence for other cities that have added these kiosks. Screens breaking or pixels dying on these signs. So we want to make sure that the companies that we decide to get these kiosks from agree to update them with it, and then also the information on the screens needs to be updated. If the information is outdated very quickly, within a month or two, I know our businesses in Culver City change over a lot. So having a map on there that's outdated will negate the purposes and the value of these signs. Ooh, got some more time. Also, an interesting thing would be a cost study. Would these actually bring value to local businesses in downtown Culver City and the surrounding areas? Or will it just feed into the motive of advertising to larger companies? I do want to bring up that public community events, I want to speak on that again, and then also supporting local media companies. There are a lot of small media companies in LA, and I think it would be an added value to reach out to those and highlight our local communities, not the larger ones. And what else? Oh, reducing advertising during off-peak hours. So there's obviously a peak hour time when people are walking around downtown Culver City, and maybe highlighting art during those off-peak times would bring the community together. Thank you so much.
I think your next speaker is Crystal Alexander.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I have to add that I'm not here speaking as a member of the Parks and Recreation and Community Services Commissioner. I'm speaking as an individual. However, I do want to say that my experiences on that commission as a former planning commissioner here in the city of Culver City and as a former elected city treasurer are informing some of the remarks that I want to provide you with tonight regarding the issue of kiosks in the public right-of-way. You spent quite a bit of time earlier this evening discussing the city's budget. There are ways that you can put together a kiosk program that would be revenue positive to the city. You could even decide if you want to dedicate some of those monies to certain programs in the city. You have a vast array of tools at your disposal if you adopt this item tonight and open up a conversation with the community. They aren't going to be left behind. There are many opportunities that the community can have to discuss all the things that the prior speakers spoke about tonight, whether that is how big the kiosk is, how many of them that we have, where they're located in the city. All of those kind of things are contractual relationships. I'm sure that city will put out a request for proposal for these things. Every single one of those can be addressed there. So all you're being asked to do tonight is to open up that conversation. There are huge community benefits, I believe, to this that are going to outweigh the idea of not going forward in where we are in today's world. Think about all the kind of community events. Think about emergency services just for one moment. You could set up a contract where you could have the kiosk changed to information for emergency services. Let's say we have an earthquake. And let's say we have members who are not familiar in our community of where to go or who to seek. Those kiosks could be changed to provide information to them. So that's the kind of power that could be used in the kiosk, but it really depends on what kind of contract the city council would put forward with the vendor to do these things. But there's a world of possibilities out there if you allow these kind of things to happen. So I would encourage, just on the community benefits part, that you will get from working within the city, the school district, and yes, of course, the businesses will get advertising revenue. That's how the city will get the revenue from this program. I strongly urge you to consider opening up the conversation, but to do that, you need to pass the zoning code amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kareem Sally.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, staff members. I strongly oppose the proposed amendment and echo the eloquent arguments from Mr. Travis. They are called kiosks, but actually they are electronic billboards. They are billboards, nothing else. And billboards are advertising. During the 90s charrette and the downtown renaissance, the city realized that advertising was blight and took a stand to preserve our community's unique character and charm. Residents from all parts of the political spectrum came together and voted for a billboard ban all over the city. This amendment is a ploy to bring back intrusive advertising in our city. As Jamie Wallace just said, folks can sometimes get lost. And as she mentioned herself, they use their own phone to get oriented. They don't need billboards. We don't need billboards. And if folks who live in the city for several decades can still find their way around in downtown, our small downtown, it's hard to believe a kiosk will cure that issue. We ban advertising in our city for a reason, because it's ugly and has a lot of bad consequences for social aspect. Let's keep our city free of commercial blights. Do not bring back visual trash, because that is what it is, visual trash in our city. That's what makes us different from Los Angeles and their ugly billboards. It's not worth the money, not even close. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Megan Sally Wells.
Hello, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, and staff. I wasn't planning on speaking on this issue, but it seems like it's the bad penny that keeps coming back to the council, cycle after cycle after cycle. I hope you will uphold what past councils have done, and that is reject advertisement in Culver City. As my husband just said, and as many of you remember, the whole redevelopment of Culver City decades ago was really based on removing blight, bringing beautification, making a sense of space. And a really key part of that was making sure that we were getting rid of these old billboards that were really visual pollution. I know our city attorney's office worked really hard to create a very strong billboard ordinance, and I think it's really incumbent on all of you, I hope, to keep that in place. I happen to know, because this issue has come up so many times before, that the advertising industry, the billboard industry, which this is part of, whether you call it wayfinding or not, is extremely litigious. And so once those doors are open, in come the exceptions. Here comes the lawsuits. And I know that our amazing staff has a lot of critical issues to do, and I don't think we should be spending the city attorney's time on fighting over advertisements. When you see these, you don't see maps, you see advertisements, and it's really critical that we keep that in place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, second by Councilmember Vera to close the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember Vera.
Mayor, we just have some questions, or we can, okay. Thank you, staff and everybody who came out to speak on this. As Crystal Alexander said, and she put it quite well, this is just to open conversation. Mr. Galante, you came up with some great comments of what would be allowable or what's not, and that's all part of what the next step is. This is just the beginning of if this is even possible, or if this is something that we can go forward with as a city. Whether, the machines go in sleep mode, or the amount, the placement of them, the positioning, how much revenue they make, whether they're static screens, videos or sound, the brightness of them. I think there was about repairs, and this is all that can come through conversation. Community comes together and say, no, this is something that ultimately won't work out, and then it doesn't work out, but let's at least begin a conversation. When I first was introduced to kiosks, it was over in Atlanta, Georgia, and we were out, it was one of the conventions, and they had these machines, and it was actually, for me, it was quite useful. One of the speakers said, if folks who live in the city for 20 years don't know the way around, well, obviously, but I think these machines are geared for visitors, and that's typically what we would like to see. Folks who visit the city are able to get around, able to spend money in our businesses, and even folks that live in the city. Sometimes they get lost, or they're new to the city, or whatever it might be. There's a world of opportunity that come with it, as well as a world of responsibility from the city. And I know that we'll be responsible in terms of, ads, what are allowed, what are not allowed. I don't refer to them as billboards whatsoever, but it's the beginning of a conversation. And I think the benefits are outstanding for the community. Like I said, when I was in Georgia, it was really quite beneficial. And then recently in New York, where we were walking around, and yeah, we have cell phones, but like I do most times, I forgot to charge my cell phone. It died halfway into our little exploring the city, so to speak, and they had these wayfinders that really were quite beneficial. They guided me to a ground zero, and some of the tours that were available, which I didn't really know about, but they were all information that was on these kiosks. So I think at the very least, let's begin that conversation. And that means passing the zoning code ordinance, and then we start the conversation. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. A question for staff. In the ordinance now, do we have a size limit on the screen?
The proposed ordinance does not have a size limit. The intent was to defer that to the RFP and negotiations with the vendors, if that's the direction the council wanted to go.
Because I saw that in the Planning Commission, I think it was Commissioner Mente who made a proposal to amend and put in a maximum square footage to basically make it impossible to have what people call billboards, because this is not. I would like to see that, if my colleagues agree, that we adapt that amendment into this, because there is definitely a.
I believe it was a 15-inch screen, is if I recall.
I think it was square foot. I think if I.
I mean, 15 feet.
I think it was the proposal at the Planning Commission by Commissioner Mente was, I believe,
20 square feet? 15 square feet, yeah. Yeah, 15, yeah. Yeah.
That's a billboard.
No, it's not. Know your math. It's 3 by 5. That's 15.
Is there a size proposal that you'd like to propose?
Well, I think what was proposed there with 15 square feet is reasonable because that's basically, it's 3 by 5 or some other combination, 4 by whatever, 3.5. I would assume that that would be sufficient for the kiosks that we are thinking about. We are not thinking about big screens, right? So I don't know if staff has any input, economic development, who has been dealing with this. Do you have any thoughts on this?
Good evening, Council. There are a number of different, as you saw on the slide, there's a number of different types of kiosks that are available. Some of them have large screens, and some of them have smaller screens. So if you want to put a maximum level of size on a screen, that's perfectly fine.
I propose that to my colleagues, think about that, and then when we get to the end here, we could amend the zoning ordinance to have that in there. If staff doesn't tell us that that's something we shouldn't do for other reasons, whatever they could be. That was a question. And then this is a zoning code amendment. We hear a lot of people, or the speakers, bringing up issues that, the way I see it, and I think that Councilmember Vera brought that up also, that is sort of the next step. This allows to actually go out with an RFP, and we will then be able to get proposals, and then we can look at the proposals and we can see what, if anything, makes sense. Without this, we cannot do that. So that's really how it works, because no company would bid if it wasn't allowed, right? So we need to have the zoning code amendment done. So this is a zoning code amendment, so it doesn't really cover any of the maintenance or how many or all that stuff. That is coming in the next phase. And I also think that the argument that this is the first commercials ads we have in our public space, sort of, we have ads on our buses. I think that was the first, actually, after we decided to not allow billboards. I think that was a discussion, and then we agreed to have ads on the buses, right? So we have sort of already in the public right-of-way, we have ads and commercials. Then one of the speakers mentioned that this has been coming in front of council a number of times, back and forth. And I remember it was 2018 and 2019, it was up, and then there was a majority on the council at that time who voted that we want to explore this, and then sent it to a subcommittee. Unfortunately, the subcommittee never did anything with it or never dealt with it. So it didn't come back until that council was changed because of election. So it actually has been a majority in the council before for exploring this. So I think that this is the right way to go. We do the zoning code amendment. We go out and get answers to a request for proposal, and then it will be more discussions and evaluations. Absolutely. So I'm for, and I want to hear comments about if we should amend the ordinance with a square footage, if it's 15 or 18 or I don't know, square foot. And maybe there's someone in the audience who knows. I don't know. No, Daryl isn't here. Okay. Oh, there's someone there who's 15? Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Fuza.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councilmember Erickson alluded to this, but I just want to confirm, is this a conversation or are we talking about updating a zoning code amendment?
The item before you tonight for an action item is an introduction of a zoning code amendment.
Oh, great.
If introduced tonight, the plan would be to bring back a request for proposals.
Thank you. I know it's in the staff report, but just for the public, and I know Mr. Morgan brought it up, but regarding the community outreach, there are 22 people at the community outreach meeting. And then can you remind me what else was done as far as community outreach?
Sure. So we had 22 surveys submitted. I think we had somewhere probably around 30 people that took part in 2 of the meetings that took place last August. So we had one on an evening and one on a Saturday morning where we had a prototype and we had a board set up of different types of kiosks and an opportunity for information sharing. We had a number of meetings. So in October, we came to you. So there was public outreach done at that point in the standard format of a Gov delivery. This particular item, I believe, had a published notice in the paper of 14 days. We've brought it to the Economic Development Subcommittee twice. Both of those have had Gov deliveries associated with them. We did a specific Gov delivery both for those 2 community meetings that took place last August. So our primary mode of public outreach has been using our Gov delivery system to get this out to the wider audience. And I believe that's something like 22 or 25,000 folks.
Great. Appreciate that. Thank you for that clarification. Update. And then I understand that the RFP will come second. We have to do the zoning code amendment first, and the revenue would, the potential revenue would come that. But I just want to clarify that we won't know the potential. We won't even get a ballpark figure of the revenue until we do a zoning code. So we have to do a zoning code amendment. Then we'll figure out, we wouldn't know the potential revenue from this until we do a zoning code amendment first.
We won't know what revenue would come to Culver City depending on what terms that the city council wanted to accept in the RFP in regard to location and maintenance and content. There are a lot of different deal points that would need to be determined that you would approve or disapprove. And then if a response came in that you found acceptable, we would then negotiate those terms. But we do have some ballparks based on what other cities are seeing, if you would like me to share that.
That'd be great.
Okay. So San Diego right now has about 50 to 70. They haven't deployed them yet. That's a 10-year term, and they're expecting somewhere between $630,000 to $1 million per year of revenue on their kiosks. Berkeley has 31 kiosks. Each kiosk generates around $27,000 per year, which is roughly $830,000 of revenue per year. Santa Monica, we want to double check this because it's extraordinarily generous. But Santa Monica apparently received 50 kiosks with a $14 million annual benefit per year and a $4 million signing bonus. So we did connect with our Santa Monica colleagues, and that's what they've told us, but we want to confirm that one more time.
Great. And just the last question before we get into comments is, you mentioned the Planning Commission, their outcome, but did you mention the vote that the Planning Commission had? The outcome of the vote?
The approved motion?
Yeah.
It was a 3-2 vote at the Planning Commission.
For or against it?
To recommend denial of the code amendment.
Thank you. Oh, those are my questions. Personally, I am not a big fan of this project. Every city I've seen them in, they've been unused, broken down eyesores. They are flashy. I work at my day job. I work at a university. I work with 18 through 22-year-olds. So I see fads come and go all the time. I also think with the ever-changing landscape of technology, I see novels that, things are novel, but they become obsolete fast. I really tried to make this sense, to make this make sense to me. I talked to several people. Everything can be done on your iPhone. You can, ask people for directions. You can take photos on your iPhone. There's advertising on your iPhone. We had a great, robust community outreach for our Better Overland and Safer Fox Hills project. And I think we can do a better job with community outreach in this. We can talk to the business community even more, residents during near the area, the tourism industry. People mentioned people with disabilities or disability subcommittee or BPAC. You know, the people mentioned, you know, if there's emergencies that they might be able to use these, but they're going to be in very select areas. People who might live in Culver West or Fox Hills. You know, I'm not going to be able to come down to, I live in Fox Hills, I'm not going to be able to come down to downtown to be, if there's an emergency, to figure out where to go. It might be good for those particular areas, so maybe it will be a benefit for, you know, not the whole city, and I understand maybe that particular area of downtown will be helpful. So I can see that in those particular areas. So, you know, if your cell phone battery dies, you can bring extra chargers. You can plug it in at a store or hotel. There's other ways to get around that without having to have, you know, kiosks. Let's see. As far as the, I think I went over that. Oh, you know, at the last meeting, we talked about it being an equity issue for seniors who might have technology issues. You know, maybe they will come downtown to use a kiosk. You know, I think there are other ways that seniors can and older adults can find information. Again, maybe looking to our school district and our youth and train older adults on technology and build those intergenerational relationships. It is true that when you Google restaurants in downtown Culver City, it's not the best list of restaurants, and it doesn't give you a direct list. But there are many more cost-efficient and effective ways to do that. We're building out a tourism website. You can, I think it'd be great if our downtown restaurants bought a website. You can do SEO and advertising. It's to be much less expensive for people to find out our restaurants. I think tourists, you know, most likely will plan their trips ahead of time. They're not going to, you know, come here and then be like, I'm going to get a hotel room and then go to the kiosk to figure out where to go. They're going to plan their trip ahead of time. They're not going to come here and then go to the kiosk to figure out where to go. I'm trying to make it make sense. It just doesn't make sense to me. You know, I could see, if they're on bus stops, I can see it. There's maybe, you know, people are sitting there and waiting. There's a captive audience. There's nothing about these that really, I just don't see the value in them. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Ryan.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks to all the community members who gave their input to us. It's good to hear both sides of people's perspective. I do have a question for staff. After reading through the Planning Commission minutes, I saw a whole list of recommendations that address many of the concerns that were expressed here. Page 7 of the minutes, the bottom paragraph, you know, the screen portion of the kiosk be no more than 15 square feet in size, so that deals with the size issue. I looked it up, a 65-inch TV is a little less than 15 square feet. I think that that's probably what many of these kiosk companies use. They flip it on the end. There be no animated signs, the commercial advertising portion not including the audio, defining the interactive wayfinding kiosk as an interactive informational wayfinding platform for use by pedestrians and erected by or on behalf of the city in the form of a kiosk capable of providing or generating electronically displayed content selected by the city, including but not limited to weather updates, multimodal mapping to event destinations with mobile and integration, shopping, dining, and medical points of interest, job posting, real-time transportation information, traffic and pedestrian counts, public safety and police emergency notifications, kiosk usage, information, public service amendments, and advertisements. So those were recommendations from, obviously not the majority, but if the majority had voted to recommend those, would those be written into the zoning code amendment that we're looking at right now today?
For the public's reference, that motion is on page 3 of the staff report. Size limitations could be written into the zoning code amendment. Changing the definition of kiosk could be written into the zoning code amendment. Prohibiting animated signs and moving video on the kiosks. We could write that into the zoning code amendment. I don't have the language tonight to recommend for that. Another alternative would be to handle that through the request for proposals and agreement. Prohibiting audio in the commercial advertising. Similarly, that could be written in. I don't have the language with me tonight to do so. That could also be written into the RFP and agreement with a vendor. Establishing limitations on the frequency with which advertisements could be cycled through. Similarly, I don't have the language tonight. That could be written into the RFP and agreement.
Okay, great. And then, well, let me ask you this. If that had been voted to be the recommendation from Planning Commission, is that a good way to move forward, or is it, in your opinion, or is it better to put it into the RFP?
I'll answer that one. The Planning Commission makes recommendations to City Council, so this, this represents staff's, proposal, and staff doesn't necessarily write in, change it and modify it based on the Planning Commission, but we brought all that for you in the backup material in case you guys want to use it as sort of a menu of options of things that you would want to put in a future resolution. But staff felt that the more appropriate place for these things would be in the RFP later on, because this keeps it more broad in the ordinance and allows for further discussion during the RFP process. So we wouldn't necessarily have made all the Planning Commission's changes and brought that to you, because those are sort of policy decisions that they made, and you might have different policy decisions.
Okay. All right, thank you. For the record, I approve of all of those. So I'm, in the RFP process, I would definitely recommend that. And then just in terms of, what these are, I think I was the one who asked for 3 nodding heads to bring this up, not realizing that it was something that had been brought up, I guess, several times in recent history and prior councils. And in my mind, it wasn't even for the wayfinding perspective. It was more for, informing our community, because we're always talking about how do we get information out. I mean, we're talking about it from the dais today, and there's questions why, we only had 22 community members, whatever, show up or give comments, and it's like, well, if we had digital kiosks that people saw the notice, maybe we would have had more show up for the digital kiosk discussion. There's a little enigma wrapped in a question mark, but I think of these as a great opportunity in a modern city. I was just in San Francisco. I saw similar concepts, but unfortunately, they were not used for the purpose of community benefit. They were solely advertising. It kind of boggles my mind that they would only use them for that purpose. I see them as information banners. Someone mentioned, the downtown concert series. If you're not in the know, you don't know to look on your phone for what the schedule of the downtown concert series is. You have to know what you're looking for to find what you, does that make sense? If we put up we do city-sponsored banners across Overland and across 1 or 2 of our other streets, I think Culver. And those are, not easy to change out for a weekly, I don't think we do it, for a weekly, different event or different occasion, whereas these, I would assume, could be changed out every week. This week is this concert, next week is this type of music that's playing. Juneteenth is coming up on the 22nd, at this time, at this location. Be sure to go there. I think these are incredibly valuable tools to, educate the community on what's going on. Those of it, all due respect, the folks that came up and spoke for pro and con, it's the same people that we hear from all the time. And while those perspectives are very valued, I think that we don't hear more or we don't get more diversity of people at events is because you have to go to a place to find out that information. Whereas if these were not just in downtown Culver City, I think they could, someone mentioned, I think Councilmember Puza mentioned seniors. There could be one at the senior center. There could certainly be one in Fox Hills or more. There could be this isn't just a downtown Culver City opportunity, I don't think. I think it's an opportunity and not pure proliferation by any sense. I just mean in spaces where people frequent in different parts of the city, and high pedestrian count, and definitely the ADA considerations. Of course, I think we're bound by state law and federal law on that. You wouldn't put them in the right of way where someone couldn't get around them. There's definitely very few places where there's the real estate available to put these. So call me uncreative or not financially thoughtful, but when I put this out there, I wasn't even thinking of revenues. If the Santa Monica model, I'm sorry?
We're going to double check that. They gave one of their.
Yeah, it sounds a
We
little
have
crazy.
this all in an
It sounds a
email.
little crazy. But the $8 to $1 million at
14.
Yeah, but I'm talking about San Diego and I think you mentioned Berkeley, whatever they got in that $1 million-ish range. That'd be a nice help, but we have an $18 million structural deficit, so it definitely wouldn't be the fix for that. So I think that these are a great opportunity in modern cities to get information easily when someone's not looking for it. And I think that's really critical. People are busy. They're not always thinking about what's going on in Culver City. Oh, I better check the website and then navigate the various, tabs to get to where there might be information on coming events. Majority of residents, I don't think, do that. I think these would be a great opportunity. So I'm in favor. I'll go with staff's soft recommendation that we put all the guardrails into future RFP. But I'm in favor of all these guardrails and more, if they make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we don't have a lot of information, but based on the event, and thank you for the community outreach and the community comments, not outreach, and the report. Do we have any information on, as you've interfaced with these other cities, what the cost to the city has been? In any ways, just for the public? I just have a few kind of quick questions like this.
Sure. Yes, Madam Mayor, the cost for the cities was $0. So most of these partnerships are a zero installation to the city, and then it's generally like a 50% or some sort of percentage of gross profit sharing.
Got it. And so when those numbers that you shared for San Diego, Berkeley, and Santa Monica, that is net revenue to the city that was shared?
That's correct.
From the 50-50 model?
Correct.
Okay. And Are any of those examples utilizing their kiosks for community engagement?
I believe that they are. I'd have to do more research on that.
Okay, I'd be curious about that, if we're banking for this being a mechanism for furthering community engagement, if that is an outcome of these, would be something I'd be curious about. In terms of damages, because I frequently see these that have been damaged with, I don't know, a rock, or I don't know, like they've literally been damaged. The cost to replace, how does that factor in, or it will be case by case or per the contract?
So the way that we worded the RFI and how several other RFPs are worded is that the maintenance is on the vendor. So, and then you would put in a specific term as to how long it would take for them to fix that. But again, that is a negotiated term piece, depending if it's every week, that may be problematic, depending on what the nature of that injury to the kiosk is.
What I'm getting at is them just sitting broken for extended periods of time, and what our remedy would be for that, and hopefully we can have something really specific to that.
Right. I think we would want to put in some legal information that if they defaulted on their maintenance agreement, whatever terms we created, that we could discontinue the program. It would just be like a traditional default and cure. I think that I'm going to defer to, I'm not an attorney, but I play one on TV. No, I'm kidding.
That was a good one. City Attorney, did you have anything to add?
Sorry, we were looking at some notes here. With regard to how to hold them accountable for damages, was that the question?
Yep.
I mean, those are the sorts of things that would be written into the written contract between the city and the vendor, whoever was selected. There would be lots of precautions in there from a legal perspective. We would do that, including defense and indemnity in the event of challenges to the installation and that sort of thing.
Only reason I'm raising this is because I'm sure other cities have also had this concern, but they are still occasionally sitting damaged and unused. So I just wanted to, as much as we could do, to sort of prevent that. In terms of the work, but it should be in terms of physical space and just who can use it. Have we explored just putting up maps? Has that been something that's ever been a conversation, or it's just straight to digital kiosks?
We've just been following the direction of the City Council and the Economic Development Subcommittee to bring you these items.
Okay. And have we looked at, I know that there are places and, there's animated things, and I know that has come up in this conversation, but can we measure, or has there been any information about impacts to traffic, injuries, things like that as a result of those kind of moving signs, kiosks, billboards?
So the City Council could determine whether or not they even wanted to entertain the idea of a moving sign or billboard, but theoretically, these have been positioned all throughout the country, assuming that those municipalities have traffic codes, and certainly Santa Monica and some of our California cities have that. So we would presume, but of course we would check and we would negotiate to make sure that it complies with all traffic code in regard to lighting and position.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for answering these questions. I appreciate it. Okay, so my brief comments after just making sure that the public has the answers to those questions as well. Is that no one from our community has named this as an issue that is a priority for our community. This is unequivocally inviting advertising in at a value that, in terms of our budget, I'm not seeing that rationale hold up very strongly. It will change the zoning of our community, and it follows the culture of our community. And I just want to sort of lift up in this space that we really struggle amending zoning to make room for people and new neighbors, but we are fine opening it up to advertisements and big business, or maybe small business. And this is a decision to seed public space in a way that I don't know if folks are really asking for. And I know there are a lot of questions about what the implementation will be and the impacts to our overall community. And a lot of folks talk a lot about the small town charm that folks like about Culver City, and that has been utilized to sort of say, well, we can't change housing and we can't do these things because now we're no longer a small town if we do those things, but we're okay being, I guess, a bigger town in ways that invite advertisement in. So I just want to say for the record that I support the planning decision to not approve this at this time. I think it needs a lot more information. This is not a novel topic. There's a lot of information that we can be seeking from neighboring cities and cities across the state in terms of real numbers and data, in terms of community engagement, in terms of revenue, to see whether it's a good fit for our 5.2 square mile city. And whether it's really a need at this time for staff, and whether it's a benefit that we're looking for. I think there's plenty of other things that we could be doing that will have a more meaningful and direct impact that actually meets the needs that our neighbors are asking us for. But I would not be supporting this zoning code amendment at this time. I'm very grateful for the work that went in, but I am not convinced. I don't know if there's a motion to move forward so we can continue our meeting, given that it's 10:32 p.m.
I'm seeing a motion from Vice Mayor O'Brien and a second by Councilmember Vera, but I'm not sure of what the motion is. Is it the introduction of the ordinance as written? Yes?
Yes, the adoption of the ordinance.
Yeah, it's the
The
introduction
amendment,
of,
the amendment to the ordinance.
okay. Introduction of an ordinance approving city-initiated zoning code amendment, P2024-0083-ZCA, amending Title 17, zoning section 17.330.015, signs in the public right-of-way, and definitions of specialized terms and phrases related to digital wayfinding kiosks on public property, and a categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines.
Do you want to add the 15 square feet or not?
Yes. Limiting it to 15 square feet of
Each side.
We'll need to read that language into the record for you.
What I would recommend, there are two places that wayfinding kiosk is defined in this proposed ordinance. For both of those definitions, I would recommend revising them to read wayfinding kiosk, an interactive digital wayfinding kiosk, comma, with a screen no greater than 15 square feet in size, comma, installed on public property, which shall provide public information and other messaging selected by the city, and may include commercial advertising.
I agree with that amendment.
Okay, then please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes, 3 ayes, 2 nay. Nay from Mayor McMorrin and Councilmember Puzo.
P86, adoption of a resolution approving the annual assessment levy for Benefit Assessment District West, Washington Boulevard, number 1, for fiscal year 2024 to 2025. Can we have a motion to receive and file the affidavits of publication and posting of notices and correspondence received in response to the public hearing notices?
We do. We have a motion by Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second by Councilmember Vera. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Can we have a brief staff report?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. This evening, we're asking the City Council to adopt a resolution approving the annual assessment levy benefit for Benefit Assessment District Number 1 for fiscal year 2024-2025. Thank you.
Can we have a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. to open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously. And we have no speakers.
Can we have a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to close the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes unanimously.
Councilmember Vera,
No questions, Mayor.
Councilmember Erickson,
No, I made a motion, we can move.
Councilmember Puza,
No questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
No, thank you, Mayor.
My understanding there's a motion.
We have a motion to adopt a resolution approving the annual assessment levy for Benefit Assessment District West Washington Boulevard Number 1 for fiscal year 2024, 2025. I said motion by Erickson, second by Vera. Okay, please vote. All members have voted. And the resolution is adopted.
PH 7, public hearing adoption of a resolution approving the annual assessment levy for Benefit Assessment District West Washington Boulevard Number 2 for fiscal year 2024-2025. Can we have a motion to receive and file the affidavits of publication and posting of notices and correspondence received in response to the public hearing notices?
We do. Motion by Councilmember Vera, second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Can we have a brief staff report?
Yes, good evening, City Council. This evening, we're asking you to adopt a resolution approving the annual assessment levy for Benefit Assessment District West Washington Number 2 for fiscal year 2024-2025. Thank you.
Can we have a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember O'Brien, second by Councilmember Vera, seconded by Vice Mayor O'Brien. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously. We have no speakers for this item.
Can we have a motion to close the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. That's to close the public hearing. Vote. All members have voted. That passes 5 ayes. And we have, let's see, no, that's it.
Any comments or questions from colleagues, or do we have a motion?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to adopt the resolution approving the annual assessment levy for Benefit Assessment District West Washington Boulevard Number 2 for fiscal year 2024-2025. Please vote. All members have voted. Motion passes unanimously.
PH8, adoption of a resolution approving the annual assessment levy for Benefit Assessment District West Washington Boulevard Number 3 for fiscal year 2024-2025. Can we have a motion to receive and file the affidavits of publication and posting of notices and correspondence received in response to the public hearing notices?
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to receive and file. Please vote. All members have voted. Motion passes unanimously.
Can we have a brief staff report?
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. This evening, we're asking you to approve the annual assessment levy for Benefit Assessment District West Washington Number 3 for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to open the public hearing?
We have a motion by Councilmember Erickson, a second by Councilmember Vera Open the public hearing. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously. We actually have 2 speakers.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Mary Foreman Pryor. Mary, you've been unmuted. Go ahead. Mary, are you able to hear us in the council chamber? I'll reach back out to her. Our next speaker is Keith Jones.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor McMorrin and Vice Mayor O'Brien and fellow council members. My name is Keith Jones. I was the individual at the time responsible for asking the city to continue the median strip from where it ends now at Beethoven down Washington Boulevard to Costco so that it would be consistent with the rest of Washington Boulevard that has this beautiful median strip. The process took a long time. We had to get all the property owners to sign a petition. We were able to do that by walking up and down the street and reaching out to all the property owners. The council voted on it. Redevelopment agency, of course, was abolished, so we've been kind of hoping that this would continue, and sure enough, money was found to continue with this median strip as a kind of a gateway into the Culver City area. Most of the people that travel down that boulevard do not know that that is Culver City, and so if we can continue that median strip down. And all of that has been long approved, but nothing has been done. So I know there was COVID, there was a lot of things involved. This is our 3rd year. All the property owners are paying into this assessment, and every time I've looked into this, I keep getting different, well, not different, but just a kind of we're hoping to do it in conjunction with the startup. I don't even know if this can still be built, but this is very frustrating. It's frustrating for the property owners who are getting assessed and don't have a median strip. I'm hearing lots of things back and forth about what's going to happen. I would like to urge you to well, accept this assessment, but also to do something, to get working on this. You know, we wait for the stormwater project, which is supposed to go on somewhere down on Alla Road or Redwood or whatever the street is. It keeps, you know, I'm not sure where the current plan is. But look, let's just finish the median project, get it started, get it built, and then we can do the stormwater. This is just, it's taking up, it's getting delayed, and these construction costs due to inflation are continuing to eat away at what kind of, I mean, we're going to end up with 3 palm trees and a few lights at the end, okay? And we're paying for this, property owners are paying for this dearly every year for this assessment. And so I'd like to just encourage you to not just approve this assessment, but to get it built, because I'm getting tired of this. The property owners are getting tired of not seeing this median strip. We want to support Culver City. We want this to be the, you know, kind of a gateway into Culver City, so people recognize this strip of Washington as part of Culver City. And we'd like to get our median strip built. We think it's going to slow down traffic and create a more safe environment. Cars speed down Washington Boulevard at 50 miles an hour. It's very unsafe. This median strip has been proven to curtail the speed of cars, so thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. I did not hear back from Mary, so that was our final speaker.
Can we have a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Vera.
Questions, Mayor?
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, I wonder if staff has a response to the speaker.
Sure, thank you. As noted in the staff report, this assessment district was approved in 2019, and then shortly thereafter, we did experience COVID, which caused some problems with moving forward on this project in relation to budget funds. We didn't know if we had the money to move forward based on the other priorities related to COVID. Then in 2020, 2021, we were able to allocate funding, but at that time, we started working with the Public Works Division to determine whether or not a joint bid would be most cost-effective from a scale of economy in regard to building the project. So just to be clear, we had bid this project out before, and the bids came out very high. We modified the design on this project twice. Once we had a shorter medians, then we did longer medians, and we did community outreach for that. So we decided to move forward with Public Works. The project was bid. Our portion of the medians came in at budget, but the stormwater portion did not. You've probably heard about that on a separate conversation. Part of the stormwater contingency is that I believe that there's a $4 million grant attached to the stormwater component in relation to our project and the irrigation that these cisterns will provide to our median. So Mr. Jones did reach out a couple of months ago. I did reach out to Public Works to see if I could unwind and disconnect and move forward separately. And I was advised that that would be detrimental in terms of moving our stormwater project forward. So our understanding at this point is that Public Works has been working diligently to revise the plans, that those plans are hopefully going to be done in the next month or two with a bid in the fall of 2024. What I don't know is when those are bid, how the contractor is going to phase the work. So that is still up in the air. So we will ask, of course, if the medians can go first. Just as a way back background, originally the cisterns were on Washington Boulevard and the medians were on top of them. So it was always going to be that the cisterns went first and then we built the medians on top. But since that time, those cisterns have relocated. So it is possible to build the medians first and then the cisterns second. And we do have a redundant watering and irrigation system. So until the cisterns are ready to provide gray water, we can water the medians. In regard to the assessment, I do want to clarify that the assessment levy for today is zero. We did, when we first founded the assessment district, we only charged for administration fees related to the annual engineering report and the filing that we need to do with the county and the staff time that it takes to prepare that to maintain the assessment district for the future, for future maintenance. And the arrangement that we had with the property owners is that the city would put in the capital costs, which is a little more than $2 million, and that the property owners would pay for the ongoing maintenance. So a couple years later, when we were more hopeful and we thought we were bidding, and when we bid the project, we did put in some limited funding for utilities. That money was ultimately not used and carried over. And so today that the assessment district, we've put in funding for the administration, but we've carried over that money and the levy is now zero for today, for this year.
Thank you.
Councilmember Souza.
No questions. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
No questions.
Okay, we have a motion.
We have a motion to adopt the resolution approving the annual assessment levy for Benefit Assessment District West Washington Boulevard, number 3, for fiscal year 2024-2025. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously.
Wonderful. We're gonna start our action items off with A3. Award of an in-kind off-cycle special event grant and the minimum amount of $1,000 in city staff time to the Institute for Public Strategies for the SWIFT Youth Summit and Live Well Resource Fair, and designate the event as a city-sponsored event. Do we have a brief staff report?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. The introduction to the item basically told you as much as you probably need to know, but if you're wondering, the SWIFT Youth Summit and the subsequent Live Well Resource Fair will take place on June 23rd, 2024 from 10 to 5 at Virginia Avenue Park in Santa Monica, and the goal is to promote substance use prevention and wellness among youth, ultimately contributing to a healthier, more informed, and connected community. And the item before you tonight is award of an cycle special event grant and the minimum of $1,000 in city staff time for this fair.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
We do.
Yes, I believe we have about 3 people. I believe Venture Griswold. Are you Venture?
I'm Venture, yes.
Okay. And Venture will be followed by Benicio Mora. Okay. Gabriel Hill, Michelle Weiner, and possibly Mary Foreman Pryor.
All right, thank you, everyone. My name is Venture Griswold, and I am a prevention specialist at Institute for Public Strategies and the co-chair of our youth coalition, Visionary Leaders in Action. Our mission is to empower and support young leaders in West Los Angeles in making informed, life-impacting decisions and living substance-free lives. Through education, prevention efforts, and community engagement, we strive to reduce substance use among youth and young adults, promoting their physical, mental, and emotional well-being. At this point, I would have introduced Benicio, our youth speaker. Unfortunately, he did have to go at 10:30 because he has school tomorrow and he's got a final. So I will go ahead and read Benicio's words for you, what he was planning to say. Hello, my name is Benicio Mora, and I go to Culver City High School. The Visionary Leaders in Action Coalition called to me because of my passion for public health. Substance misuse is a critical part of public health, and it's a very apparent problem in my community for youth my age and sometimes even younger. Visionary Leaders in Action envisions a future where young people can thrive in safe, substance-free environments. We envision a West Los Angeles community where substance use among youth is reduced, helping youth achieve their full potential and lead healthy, fulfilling lives. One way we're doing that is through our upcoming SWIFT Youth Summit, which stands for Substance Prevention and Wellness Initiatives for Future Transformation. I'm excited to see the presentations there on topics like the impact of underage cannabis and alcohol use, and the risks of fentanyl, and more. We're proud of the work we do, and we would like to invite the community to join us. I'm inviting every teenager who hears this, from Culver City and beyond, to join us on June 23rd from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Virginia Avenue Park for our SWIFT Youth Summit. Please visit bit.ly/SWIFT register or check out our flyer to learn more. We're very excited to see you all there.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gabriel Hill.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and City Council and audience and everyone. I'm Gabriel Hill, and I work for Institute for Public Strategies. We are the organization, we've actually been in Culver City for the last 30 years. We're behind Fox Hill Mall, so we do have a connection to the community. Like my partner said, our colleague said, Benicio was here. He wanted to give his thoughts about the summit that's coming up. So I'm just here to answer any questions, if y'all did have any questions about the Youth Summit. And just wanted to thank you all for your support for the Youth Summit.
Any questions? Vice Mayor?
I just want to say thank you for sticking out this entire meeting to speak. Appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate you all too. So thank you, Culver City.
Thank you. Was that our last speaker?
Michelle, did you want to speak on A3? Just A2, okay. Yes, I reached out to Mary as well, and she did not reply back, so that was our final speaker.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Vera.
No comments, Mayor. No questions. I'm ready to move forward with it.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
No further. Let's move on it.
Okay. Councilmember Souza.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We know education is key, and that through data, providing youth with information and facts dramatically reduces substance and alcohol use. It lowers hospital visits and builds community. So it definitely supports us. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Arayam.
Looks like a great event. I hope it goes off well. You have great attendance. I'm in favor.
Thank you. I, too, am in strong support of this. Can you make sure that you send the council like a flyer for this, or that staff can make sure that we get the final flyer for this, just so we can amplify it as well? That would be great as well. Thank you so much. Look at y'all being prepared. Is there a motion? To award an in-kind off-cycle special events grant in the minimum amount of $1,000 in city staff time thank you, to the Institute of Public Strategies for the Swift Youth Summit and Live Well Resource Fair and designate the event as a city-sponsored event.
We have a motion by Councilmember Vera, a second by Vice Mayor O'Brien to award the grant. Please vote. All members have voted. The motion passes unanimously, and I will leave more in the back of the council chambers for you.
Thank you, City Clerk. Okay, we're going to go back in order and do A1, which is a discussion of a change in the composition of the MLK Junior Celebration and Juneteenth Celebration Advisory Committee to allow for one city employee position and direction to the city manager as deemed appropriate. And we have a very brief staff report.
I will do my best.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Ted Stevens, Parks and Recreation and Community Services Director. As you are aware, recently, earlier this year, there was a new Martin Luther King Jr. / Juneteenth Celebration Committee formed and bylaws established. And at a special meeting by the City Council on Monday, June 3rd, during the interviews of applicants for consideration of appointments to available seats on commissions, boards, and committees, a PRCS employee interviewed to be a committee member on the MLK Jr. and Juneteenth Celebration Advisory Committee. And City Council received a majority consensus to agendize a discussion and consider assigning one seat to a city employee. Eligibility. According to City Council Policy 3002, which is attached, appointees to all commissions, boards, and committees shall be residents of the city, none of whom shall hold any paid office or employment in the city government unless the vacant seat bylaws or other operating documents specifically allow for the appointment of non-residents to a board or committee, and/or the appointment of a city employee. This policy is in line with the eligibility of commission members, which is set forth in the Culver City Municipal Code. Currently, the newly formed advisory committee does not allow for a city employee designated on the seat in the bylaws. If the City Council were to determine to allow a city employee seat, the bylaws would need to be amended. Staff recommends the City Council determine if there should be a specifically designated city employee seat, and if so determined, there would be several decision points for the City Council to consider regarding the type of employee, the appointment process, as well as the term length and limits. If the City Council determines to move forward with a change to the composition of this committee, PRCS staff would return with amended bylaws for consideration, and the clerk's office would facilitate the appointment of the employee seat. Type of city employee appointments. Currently, the Finance Advisory Committee and the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee are the only CBC bodies that, in their bylaws, allow for city staff positions. All of these positions are labor representatives. There is no precedent for a general city employee seat on a CBC. According to the FAC bylaws, 2 labor representatives are allowed and consist of 1 member representing the 3 non-management bargaining groups and 1 member representing one of the 3 management bargaining groups. The FAC bylaws also state that the labor representatives may not be employees of either the finance department or the city manager's office. The ERAC bylaws allow for a labor representative who is a member of one of the city's 6 recognized bargaining units. Part-time staff are not members of one of the city's bargaining groups. Currently, there are no exclusions for any particular department employees on the ERAC. The FAC labor representative is determined by the labor unions for ratification by the City Council. The ERAC labor seat is appointed by the City Council. It is determined that there will be, if it is determined that there will be a labor representative position, staff recommends City Council determine how to appoint the labor representative position. Another option would be to appoint a general city employee representative. Although this has not been done previously, this would consist of any eligible and interested employee submitting an application and being selected in the usual course of similar other CBCs. There would be no recommendation from the labor groups in this scenario. If the city council determines to allow for the addition of either a labor representative or general city employee position, staff recommends that the employees from the PRCS department and the city manager's office be excluded from eligibility, as those departments provide staff support and are liaisons to the body, as well as manage these city events. The reason for this recommended exclusion is to avoid potential personnel conflicts. For example, the FAC bylaws specifically state that FAC representatives shall not be employees of either the finance department or the city manager's office. The labor representative seats on the FAC do not have term limits, but shall serve at least 2 years prior to replacement being proposed. The ERAC labor representative currently serves a 1-year term and the ability to serve 2 consecutive terms. The current terms for the MLK Jr. Juneteenth Celebration Advisory Committee are 4-year terms. When advising on a special event, serving longer terms is vital in order to learn what improvements are needed and understand that worked from year to year. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any public comments, City Clerk?
None.
Councilmember Vera.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I think either way, it's too late to add this now, and if we do, I think we would have to redo the process all over again with that new position that we're recommending. Like I said, in the interest of time, I think there's going to be 2-year and 4-year seats, correct?
Yeah. Yes, so we can break up the.
Right. I think if this is something that.
Actually.
Oh.
I'm sorry?
It's 3-year and 4-year seats
3 or
for the
4 year.
MLK, so that they're staggered, and then it'll switch after the first go-round to 4 years for everyone.
Got it. Like I said, I don't know that, in my opinion, it's too late to even think about doing it on this go-around unless we do away with the applicants and start the process all over again with the new seat. I think the best thing, like I said, in the interest of time, table this for the next 2 years, bring it back before the third year is up, and discuss it then. Those are my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, thank you. I think I made my points already when this came up as an idea. It was driven primarily because we have a candidate that was from the Park and Recs who wanted to be on the committee. There's 15 applicants and we have 9 seats. So there is enough of very qualified people to select from. I also think that this is not the way you sort of do these things. There has to be specific reasons why we would have a certain group represented, like we did for the Finance Advisory Committee, or like we did for the ERAC. There was specific reasons why it made sense. This is a committee that's going to plan and suggest as an advisor to staff how we're going to celebrate these 2 events in the best possible manner. And I don't really see the specific reason to have a specific seat for a city employee on this committee compared to all the others, right? So for the 2 we have, there was very specific reasons why. So I still don't think we need to do this. So I do not support the idea.
Councilmember Fuller.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I'm so thrilled that these 2 events are coming together. There are a lot of great applicants, including the person who was the impetus for this action item. I'm, open to changing bylaws, but if we do it for one committee, we have to do it for all committees, or we have to have a rationale for why we're doing it for this one specific committee. So either is doable. It makes sense why the FAC and ERAC have a labor rep. It doesn't make sense for this committee to have a labor rep, in my opinion. So it would have to be the general city representative, but staff brings up a really good point about the, potential conflicts of interest, the personnel issues, payroll, potential overtime issues, to name a few. And as mentioned last week, this employee will be working on the event regardless. So maybe the applicant can apply to another committee. So I'm open to hearing other ideas, but I don't know if it's going to work out at this time. Those are my thoughts. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Bryan.
Thanks, Mayor. First of all, I want to really thank staff for scrambling to put this together on such short notice. It's a lot of information here. I really appreciate it. And, in the end, I agree with my colleagues on this. It doesn't really make sense. But thank you for the effort, because it was kind of a niche policy that I wasn't really aware of in terms of, committees and commissions and having labor reps and the reasons why and the limitations of such. So while I don't think we're going to get the votes to do this, because it doesn't sound like, we all think that we need it, it was valuable to me to learn about this, and hopefully the public did as well. So I really appreciate the effort. Thank you.
Thank you to staff for, again, putting this staff report together. It's incredibly detailed. I was one of the folks that thought it would be worthwhile to entertain whether we could leverage this particular applicant's extensive event planning background and his experience in Culver City as an opportunity to serve in this particular way in this committee. I do think that there are, waivers and things that might be able to get around some of the employment issues, but there doesn't seem to be consensus at this time to move forward. So I think this is something that we might want to just continue to think about, because particularly I think for a committee like this, where we were concerned about applications, and I know that I myself did a lot of outreach, and there was a lot of effort to try to make sure that we got a wide group of folks to apply for this position. Really great folks applied. We wanted to make sure that folks had an opportunity. So I appreciate you. I appreciate your team for pulling this together, but I don't think there's a consensus to move forward. So we'll think about it. And now we have this. Now we have it. And now we have the staff report. So thank you, Director. Are there any additional questions from colleagues? Comments?
I'm curious, could there be waivers to deal with the personnel issues, if the committee members within the same department? I guess maybe that's a city attorney-ish question.
I think that's difficult to answer on the spot, because we would really have to sit back and think of all the different scenarios where an issue could come up. There might be issues that come up that you wouldn't contemplate now that would come up later. So that would be challenging to do, and we would need to talk with HR, city manager's office, my office.
Great, thank you.
But I appreciate the question.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I made a motion to instruct the city manager not to move forward with the issue at this point.
Do we need a motion for that?
No, it's not necessary.
Thank you. Can we move on to A2, please? Appointments to our committees, commissions. Thank you so much.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, I am here to provide some opportunities for the few people who were unable to speak at the interviews last Monday. Prior to our doing the appointments for the committees and boards and commissions, we have 10 speakers. And so I think it would be best if I let them speak first, and then we can go through the process of each appointment per board, yeah? So with 10, should we do 2 minutes each? Okay, sounds good.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and call out the names so folks can get ready. We have Yunong Lo, Dan Nanini, Robin Langman, David Duval, Alexander Van Galen, Melissa Sanders, Michelle Weiner, Andrew Flores, Beth Hyatt, and Travis Morgan. All right, so our first speaker is Yunong Lo.
Hi, evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Yuval Lo. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend last week's interviews. I'm a licensed architect and a fellow of the American Institute of Architects. I've been living in Culver City for 15 plus years and always looking for opportunity to serve. I'm also the Assistant Director of Facilities Planning at Santa Monica College, so I have a lot of experience of zoning, planning, and that kind of thing, and have been serving for the college as a campus architect on various ADA, accessibility, and planning questions. I've also do a lot of accessibility projects for different school districts, highly familiar with the state and ADA code in terms of accessibilities. And finally, I also serve as a member of the Building and Life Safety Commission for City of Santa Monica. So I have a lot of experience with dealing with city commissions. And I'm also the president of the and co-founder of the Immigrant Architects Coalition. It's a nonprofit organization. So community work has been built around my career since day one. So I've applied for this opportunity many times, so hopefully this time I get the chance to serve the city that I love. Thank you very much.
And just so we're all aware, he applied for the Planning Commission, then the Disability Advisory Committee, the Landlord-Tenant Mediation Board as the landlord rep, and then the Civil Service Commission.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Nanini. All right. Not seeing them in chamber or on WebEx. I'm going to keep going. Our next speaker is David Duval.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I appreciate an opportunity to actually speak this time because last time I was pretty much nervous and I had a hurried headache, so I didn't actually share with you the reason for why and how I would believe to be a good member for this committee. I have spent the better part of my time on the West Coast living here in Culver City. I worked as a sales manager at Miller Toyota and a property manager at First Sheffield Apartments over on Green Valley Circle. My daughter attended El Rincon, and during my over 15-year tenure as a Culver City resident, I was awarded by the California State Assembly a certificate of recognition for 2 years in a row for involving residents in community service activities. I managed an event once at the DoubleTree Hotel, which is now called Hilton Hotel, for a concert because of my experience as a professional recording musician, having once performed with B.B. King and Bo Diddley and Jorge Santana. It gave me then, and still does, an intuitive understanding with providing quality entertainment productions. In fact, I organized the United League Gospel Service, which pioneered St. Anne's Catholic Church with neighbor Calvary Baptist Church in celebration of MLK Day, because Dr. King once said, how can we hope to live together if we can't pray together? This was adopted for National Day of Prayer for performance video and things like that that were shown nationwide. I appreciate this opportunity again, and I hope that maybe my experience is not too late for this.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexander Van Galen. Not seeing them in council chamber or on WebEx. I'm going to keep going. Our next speaker is Melissa Sanders.
Hello again, last time. I actually was just going to say, if there's anything you guys don't know about me at this point, let me know. I mean, Freddie knows me from our inaugural Leadership Culver City class, and Dan is literally my neighbor and introduced my kid to scouting, and Albert and I have gotten to know each other over the years from when I was closing my business. So I think you guys know that I've been in these chambers a lot, and I do care about our city, and I care about what's happening. Bought our house 15 odd years ago, so I've seen the changes, to say the least. So if there was anything, let me know, but I do love the fact that we are a small city, and I would like to be able to be a larger part of it and hopefully serve in some way. And I will apologize for leaving after this because I have an early morning at work and another meeting to take minutes. May it be my last public policy one. So if anything comes up, let me know, but if not, I will see you guys, I'm sure, very soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
As a reminder, Melissa applied for the FAC resident position, the Planning Commission, and the Cultural Affairs Commission.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Robin Langman.
You're right in front of you. Okay. There's a microphone.
All right. Okay. My name is Robin Langman. I'm applying for the Disability Advisory Committee, and I hate speaking in public. But I'm here because it's an important issue for me. I have 42 years in Culver City. I think I'm here longer than almost any of you, and I have seen enormous change. And I have worked for 25 years almost for the Department of Rehabilitation as a vocational rehabilitation counselor. I have a small business doing consulting right now called Halcyon Vocational Advisors. We do consulting in workers' compensation cases. And I have a wealth of business and work experience that I think I can help apply to advising city council and city boards and committees. And the one thing I will tell you now is that since I retired from the Department of Rehabilitation, I have more than enough time to give back and hopefully serve the community in any way that I can. So thank you, and hope you'll consider me. Have a great day.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michelle Weiner.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, I appreciate the opportunity to let you know about my service on the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee. I'm reapplying for a position on the committee. I'm very proud of our committee and the way it has served to inform the council and support the staff in our goals in active transportation and pedestrian facilities and safety. I've served as the vice chair and the chair on this committee. I'm currently a member. I'm very proud of what we've done. I've served on a number of subcommittees. One I especially love is the West LA subcommittee. So we were able to meet with the folks at West LA College and support in getting the county to put in bike lanes around the campus. And we've continued our conversations over there about what else can be done to support active transportation on campus. I wanted to let you know that I do spend my own time going to conferences. I've attended at least 4 since I've been on the committee at my own expense, on my own time, in order to continue to grow and inform myself and be able to transmit that kind of information to you, the council, and the community. It's my pleasure to do so. I'll continue to do it whether you appoint me or not, but I just wanted to know that I do care deeply and I bring that value. Let's see, what else? Oh, yes, I am applying for the senior position. I feel that I could be a resident representative just as easily. However, as a senior, I feel that I do provide an excellent model about what seniors can do and how seniors can use active transportation. And I'm constantly thinking about what we need as seniors. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrew Flores. All right. Our next speaker is Beth Hyatt. Beth, you're unmuted. Go ahead. Beth, are you able to hear us?
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Thank you, esteemed Mayor and Council of Culver City. I have been an active member of the community for over 20 years, both as a resident and a business owner. I have had the privilege to serve on a board and a commission for the city with a multitude of volunteer roles. Please consider me for the open position on the LAX advisory team. I possess the unique blend of skills to bring to the team, including over 25 years of developer and city planning experience, over 30 years of housing quality expertise, a strong background of both science and business experience, years of research tracking the effects of pollution from cars and airplanes, in particular, nanoparticles, are also known as UFPs or ultrafine particles. For example, the ultrafine dust invisible to the eye that is generated by tires and brakes. Frequent attendees at UCLA, air quality and scientific educational programs. Also a published author, including a medical education program with the emphasis on the effects of air pollution and nanoparticles, or as some people know, ultrafine particles. With the World Cup and 2028 Olympics, Culver City needs strong representation at the committee meetings. To help protect the community of Culver City and my own family, I asked the City Council for the privilege for the assignment to the LAX Advisory Committee. Thank you for your consideration.
Beth, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. This is Jeremy Bocchino. I'm the city clerk. I just want to confirm you applied for the LAX body, also the Disability Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission, and you are a current Landlord-Tenant Mediation Board landlord member, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then our final speaker is Travis Morgan.
Thank you, council, and thank you, staff, for this opportunity. I was out of town last time, and I want to thank you for the keynote address role here. I would like to re-up for the BPAC, and I have three key things that I feel like I am able to contribute to this body. Number one is I'm currently the only member from Fox Hills on the BPAC, and I believe I'm the only member who's ever served from Fox Hills on the BPAC, and I think that's a vital and important voice on the BPAC. We currently have about 5,000 residents, but given the new housing that has been proposed in Fox Hills of about 3,000 units, which would be at least 6,000 new residents, we will become at least 20% of the population of our city in the next about 5 years. Number two is that I bring a great desire, and I really work hard to try to encourage civil discourse around these issues that can be quite contentious. And I do a lot of effort to reach out to people of all opinions on these issues because they really do impact us and the way that we get around our neighborhoods and the way that we get around our city. And so I do spend a lot of time outside of our meetings engaging with city members of all opinions, most recently on this Overland project where I walked several times with members who had concerns on the project and engaged particularly with the Windsor Fountain community that raised a lot of concerns, many of which I think are actually quite valid. And I seek to have that engagement, and I'm grateful for the positive relationships that I have, I believe, with all 5 members of the City Council, which I appreciate. And lastly, that I seek data-driven, win-win solutions. And I really do quite a bit of outside research and even outreach to other cities looking for best practices throughout our region and our nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, you gonna steer us or you want me to do it?
I would love it if you would drive, and I'll just start putting things
Doing the
up there.
tallies, got it, sounds good. All right, let's take it from the top. Thank you so much for the folks who were able to hang on and be here with us. One thing that I would just like to say at the top, I would love if moving forward, our interview process could potentially take place over 2 days than just one. And folks can know in advance, just because it runs late and it's can be a barrier for folks. So just tossing that out there. It would also be great, if it wasn't 11:28 right now, but that's okay. All right, let's take it. Yeah, we got one more after this. Okay. We have one position for seat 3. And asterisk means an incumbent, or what is it?
No, that means that they've applied for more than one body.
Got it.
It'll say current member and be in bold.
Got it.
If that's the case.
I'm looking at this worksheet you made us, which
Sorry.
is very handy. No worries, because there's no key on this one, but no worries. Just wanted to clarify. Councilmember Vera.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. Before I chose, I just wanted to say, I say this at every time we do this process. I think this is probably one of the most difficult things as a council member that I'm asked to do. There's so many qualified applicants that are willing to put themselves out there for the city and serve their city, like I said. So this is by far the hardest thing to do. So I thank each and every applicant. If it's not this go-around or the next, please keep on trying, because eventually something will come up. But that being said, Mayor, last civil service meeting I attended to, the chair, Mr. Gong, did an excellent job. I spoke to him. I think he is willingness to continue in that position, so my choice would be Mr. Gong.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you everyone for applying and for staying on. I agree with Councilmember Vera. It's very tough actually, and you read all these resumes and you listen to everyone and you go back and forth so thank you, everyone, and don't give up if you don't get an appointment. There are other committees and other boards that might be opening up. I agree with Councilmember Vera that Mr. Gong is an incumbent, and he's been doing a good job on the Civil Service Commission, so I would reappoint him.
Councilmember Puza.
Thank you. Excuse me, 1 second. If he is the incumbent, I would support that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to underscore what my colleague said. It's some of these were really, really hard for me. And as a two-time reject on a planning commission application, I can definitely feel for anyone who does not get appointed. But I did have the pleasure of serving on the homeless committee, which was a great experience. I agree on the first one with my colleagues, Chimin Gong. I was impressed with his what he had to say, and as an incumbent and chair, I'm in favor of him.
Thank you. That last piece, there's a consensus for Mr. Gong, and look forward to his continued leadership in this body. The other piece that I think we asked for the last time, I think even Councilmember Erickson asked about this, but the data around like age, gender, if we could that would be helpful. To sort of have that for who's currently serving, if there are trends that we're seeing, if there's overrepresentation in some areas, it would be helpful to know that in terms of who's serving. That would be also helpful. I know, as City Clerk, you have a lot going on, and I'm very grateful. And one thing that I also, I think I told you privately, but seeing all those young people apply, I think it was really indicative of the outreach that your team has been doing, some of the current folks that are serving. And so I'm just really grateful to see the expansion come through in terms of, who is applying. So I was grateful for that, and I'm grateful to receive all of the applications. I too did not get appointed on my first application. So there's a trend here. Maybe you can be sitting up here one day if you want. All right. So it looks like we're good on that one for the one seat. And apologies for folks who did not make it this go around. But thank you for your application and for your commitment to serving our community. Cultural Affairs, there is one position available for seat 3. Councilmember Vera.
Damon Willick.
Okay. Is there any rationale you want to share, or you just?
In speaking with him, he was extremely passionate about helping out, about cultural affairs, and about his background. He's a professor at LMU, correct? Yeah, I think all the way around, I liked everything that he had to say, and in the brief little conversation we had in the back room.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
Diamond Willow.
Okay. Councilmember Puza.
Same, and although he does work at LMU, I felt this is the first time meeting him, so I have no relationship to him.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Same for me. He's a professional in the arts, and I think that's valuable.
Okay, we have consensus on that one as well. Thank you to everyone who applied for cultural affairs, and we're grateful for your willingness to serve our community. Now we are on to PRCS, and there is one position for seat 1. Councilmember Vera.
Marcy Bond.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson.
If there is one person that's come in front of council with Park and Rec's considerations and questions all the time, it's Marcy. And I talked to her, and she actually has a lot more depth than just the 8 feet of pool water that she usually refers to. So I'm for Marcy.
Councilmember Pusa.
I do appreciate Marcy's passion for the pool, but I would like to see it expanded more. But it would be between Alexander Brody or Dorian Davies for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
I was concerned that Marcy might be a singularly focused person on this, but I did challenge her in the questioning, and the fact that she does show up so much and is so engaged in this topic makes me feel strongly about her.
Okay, it looks like there's consensus for Ms. Bond. The one thing I would like to lift up, though, although it's clear, given the consensus that it won't go this way, I don't know the current age demographic of that committee. I don't, I know maybe one person has school-age children. I think that these are the things that it would be helpful to be considering, particularly for a body such as this, that we are thinking about the many uses of our parks, the different ways that folks engage, and that we aim to, as much as possible, try to have representation across the needs of our community. But it looks like our council majority has made a decision, so I hope the city clerk has reported that. Planning Commission, there is one position available. Councilmember Vera.
Pardon me. For me, Jackson Percent.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, we have an incumbent applying, Nancy Barba, and I listened in to a few of the Planning Commission meetings, and I think for me it's time to switch. So I trust Mr. Vera here, so I will then nominate Jackson Brissett.
Councilmember Pusa.
I am going to stay consistent and reappoint the incumbent Nancy Barbara. Or that's my that's my vote.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
This is one of the hardest of them for me, and really went back and forth. And I appreciate his background in development, and I think can help with knowledge push any new developments the way we need them to go for the benefit of our city. I'm going to vote for Jackson Brissett.
Okay. It looks like our council majority has consensus around Jackson Brissett. Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness. There's 4 positions available. Councilmember Vera.
Patrick Godinez, Kin, Dana Sales, and Amber Lee Washington.
The first one?
Patrick?
Patrick.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. Yeah, this was a little trickier. Yeah, Patrick, Godinez, Kin, absolutely, she's very engaged. Dana Sales, and then my fourth one, I've gone back and forth and up and down on that one. So I'm okay with Amberley Washington, but I'm also open for change there.
You're open for who?
Well, I'm going to listen to you guys.
Oh, I thought you said a name I didn't recognize. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Puza.
Kinkin, Patrick, Jana, and Amberly.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Sounds like we're in consensus. I just have to say I really appreciate Mr. Godinez's. Thank you. Your lived experience, I think it will be really valuable to the committee, but same as everyone else.
Okay. Looks like there is consensus around 4 members. We're moving on to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. There's 5 seats. Councilmember Vera.
Okay, Ann Easley, Hunter Salem, Caroline Lee Brzee, Travis Morgan, and then J. Marvin Campbell.
Yeah, I think there's
I'm sorry.
the business community member. I heard from you, Ann Easley, Hunter Salem, Carolyn Labuser. There's a resident member.
Travis
and-
Morgan.
Oh, Travis Morgan, okay. Thanks. Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, this is an interesting thing. And
I'm
I
sorry,
want-
the city clerk.
Sorry, Councilmember Vera for the resident, which did you say?
He said Travis Morgan.
Travis. No, that's the,
Well, the resident senior, there was a resident senior, and then there.
Carolyn Labuser, he said Ann Easley, Hunter Salem, Carolyn Labuser, Travis Morgan, J. Marvin Campbell, down your list. Apologies, Councilmember Erickson.
Okay, thank you. So this is sort of interesting, and I brought this up before. You know, we all have the right to have opinions, and we can diverge in what we think and how we do things and so on. But one thing I have a problem with is that if you support and donate money to sue the city because the council made a decision that you don't like, I think that reached to a new level in our city, that we're starting to use sort of legal matter to block things and so on. And for me, it is a disqualifying action. And everyone has the right to do whatever they want and so on, but I think that it's, for me, hard to combine being on the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee at the same time as financing the lawsuit to stop the change to move that the council decided on back in in March. So with that said, let me see what this brings us to. Current member Ann Easley, youth student Hunter, he was great when he was here. And resident senior member Carolyn Libuser, and resident member Andrew Steinhauser, and the business member is then Marvin Campbell.
Councilmember Puza.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we're setting a dangerous precedent about what people can donate to and their First Amendment rights. Ann Easley, Miles Silverman, Michelle Weiner, Travis Morgan, and Marvin Campbell. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Thank you. And usually, as a parent member, oh, sorry.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but Travis Morgan did let me know that he could also be considered for the business position. And that's because you have a business license here? Okay, he does. So just FYI.
Thank you.
This is saying, fine.
Oh, it's 5, because there's a parent. I don't know if that changes anything for anyone.
We can go back around. Vice Mayor, apologies for the interruption.
City Clerk, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Parent member Ann Easley, youth member Hunter Salem, resident senior member Carolyn Libesser, resident member 1 Travis Morgan, and business community member J. Marvin Campbell.
Okay, does anyone want to consider Mr. Morgan in the business community member seat, or is there any additional comments about that? Not hearing any. I do just want to make a comment. I think this council, in a way that I don't recall in terms of not appointing incumbents, is very concerning for a number of reasons. But I just want to publicly thank former chair of this committee, Michelle Weiner, for her leadership and her service to our community. And I'm very sorry that that dedication and leadership is not celebrated this evening. So it looks like there
Mayor?
is consensus.
Yeah, I would just like to respond in that.
I don't know if that's necessary, Vice
Well,
Mayor, but.
I think it's fair.
Okay, you
I-
didn't respond
I
for
do
Ms.
agree
Barbara.
that Ms. Weiner has served our community really well, but has served, I don't know which one's correct, because I've seen 2 different places of different number of terms. It's 4 or 5, and if there was no other applicants of that, in that category, certainly another term. But there were several, and I think it's fair to give another community member an opportunity when someone's held a position for so long. That was my perspective on that.
Thank you so much for sharing, Vice Mayor. City Clerk, do you have the current tally, or do you need me to run back through it? Okay, so there appears to be consensus from our council majority for Ann Easley, Hunter Salem, Carolyn Libesser, Travis Morgan, and J. Marvin Campbell. So we'll move on to Disability Advisory Committee, where there is 5 seats available. Councilmember Vera.
For me, Marie Albertson, Jessica Burnett, Beth Hyatt, Robin Langman, and Mr. Lowe.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you. Maria Albertson, Org Alvarez, Jessica Burnett, Shellen Leftridge, and Mr. Lowe.
Councilmember Buza.
Marie Albertson, Jorge Alvarez, Jessica Burnett, Robin Langman, and Shalena Leftridge. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
I had this set until Ms. Langman came. I think Marie Albertson, Jessica Burnett, Robin Langman, Shalina Lethbridge, and I think I get this right, you Low.
There's consensus for Ms. Albertson, Ms. Burnett, Ms. Leffridge, and Mr. Lowe.
I have 3 for Ms. Langman, and 3 for Lethbridge, and 3 for Lowe.
I'm sorry, City Clerk, can you put your mic on?
I have 4 for Albertson. I have 2 for Alvarez. I have 4 for Burnett. I have 3 for Ms. Langman. I have 3 for Ms. Lethbridge, and 3 for Eunuch Lowe. So that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. That would be 5, all 5, right? So Albertson, Burnett, Langman, and Lowe, and Lethbridge.
Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, 1 youth seat, 4 other. Councilmember Vera.
Mr. Valverde, Ms. Tuttle, Benicio Mora Batorini. I need one more for Mr., no. It's only 1 youth, correct? 1 youth and 4 others?
Correct.
So Claire and Sammy, Samia.
Councilmember Harrison.
Thank you. Benicio for youth rep, and the other seats, all 4, Sami, Clara, Rebecca, and Carlos.
Councilmember Puza.
Ditto.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
The same.
Okay. Thank you to everyone who applied. Finance Advisory Committee, 4 positions. Councilmember Vera.
Leigh Austin, Marcy Bauer, Mark Bauer. Vikram Thakur, and Gary Zeiss.
Councilmember Erickson.
So Leigh Austin, Mark Bauer, and then Keith Jones and Vikram Thakur.
Councilmember Puza.
Lee Austin, Mark Bauer, Alexander Brody, and Vikram Thakur.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Lee Austin, Mark Bauer, Keith Jones, and Vikram Thakur.
So there's 4 positions, and there's consensus on Lee Austin, Mark Bauer, and Vikram Thakur. Do I have that correct?
I see Lee Austin and Mark Bauer for the resident positions. I see Vikram Thakur for the business member.
I can, there's only one for Mr. Zeiss. I can, in fact, I forgot to even check Mr. Jones. I overlooked that altogether, so I can change my vote to Keith Jones.
I would really like to see, do we have anyone under 35 on the FAC? Or anyone under 40 on the FAC?
I wouldn't know. We don't ask for that kind of demographic.
Okay. I really appreciate the fact that Mr. Brody, I think this is his second time applying. Appreciate his leadership and encourage him to continue to apply in case he is not appointed. I would have loved to see his perspective on this committee. Do you have your list reflected, City Clerk?
I do. For the resident member positions, we have Lee Austin and Mark Bauer. For the business positions, we have Vikram Thakur and Keith Jones.
Landlord Tenant Mediation Board, Councilmember Vera.
Alexander Brody, Justin Lesculi, and Velma Harrison.
Councilmember Erickson.
Alexander Brody, Justin, and Velma.
Councilmember Puzo.
Ditto.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Same.
Okay, you have consensus. The MLK Jr. and Juneteenth Celebrations Advisory Committee. Councilmember Vera.
Karina, David Duval, Lisa Kane, Christina Green, Latoya Hearns, Curtis Rayner, Carissa Joy Smith, and Andrew Weiss.
Councilmember Erickson.
That was only 8,
That was only 8, yeah.
but I can go while you're thinking.
Oh, yeah, come back to me on that one. Let me look at my notes.
Let's see, yeah. So I would say Karina Bibbins, David Duval, Lisa Gordon, Christian Green, Latoya Hearns, Amber Kearney, Curtis Rayner, Carissa Joy, and Andrew Weiss.
Councilmember Puzo.
Karina Bibbins McGeever, David Duval, Malik Hooker, Lisa Gordon Kane, Christian Green, Latoya Hearns, Amber Kearney, Carissa Joy Smith, and Diana Wheeler Williams.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Karina Bibbins McKeever, David Duval, and Mr. Duval, you were great both times. Lisa Gordon Kane, Christian Green, Latoya Hearns, Amber Kearney, Curtis Rayner, Carissa Joy Smith, and Andrew Weiss.
It looks like there's consensus. Do you need me to read them, City Clerk?
I think I've got them. I'm just confirming. And did Councilmember Vera have another selection?
Maybe I didn't call them all off. I had, I count 9. 1, 2. Andrew Weiss, Carissa Joy Smith, I had Curtis Rayner, Amber.
Amber's the one you didn't include.
Okay.
Okay, got it. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Okay, so I have, and now is the time where you decide whether there's a 4-year term or a 3-year term. So we have Karina Bibbins McKeever, David Duval, Lisa Gordon Kane, Christian Green, Latoya Hearns, Amber Kearney, Curtis Rayner, Carissa Joy Smith, and Andrew Weiss.
I think for the ones that got 4 votes, that they should have a longer term, and the
Okay.
ones that just got 3 should get shorter ones.
2, 3,
Does that work out?
4, 5.
7.
No.
So, so how many more do we need to have a shorter term?
Let's see. There are 4 that have a term of 3 years, and the other 5 have a term of 4 years. So 4 for 3 and 5 for 4.
That works.
Okay, wonderful. Glad that worked out. Okay, LAX Area Advisory Committee, council
I'm
member.
sorry.
No?
It doesn't work out.
It doesn't work out. So,
No, we have to make a decision of between Corinna Bibbins McKeever, David Duval, Lisa Gordon Kane, Christian Green, LaToya Hearns, and Carissa Joy Smith. So those are 2, 4, 6.
Kern.
Oh, and Amber Kearney, sorry. So there's 7 of them, so only 5 of them can be 4 years. So 2 of them need to become 3 years.
I only had Amber Kearney down for 3.
It was O'Brien, Vera, Erickson, and Puza. Vera had not included her in the original.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We go every other one by alpha.
What's the breakdown there from folks who are resident / non-resident? Can we give the residents a longer term?
Let me see. Sorry.
I'm trying to make it
Pull this.
easy because of the hour.
Just need a pull. Come on.
I think there's 4 residents.
Yeah, LaToya Hearns is a resident. Curtis Rayner is a resident, but he only received 3 votes. Carissa Joy Smith seems to be a resident. And Andrew Weiss, but he only received 3. So I don't think that helps still.
Okay, so out of the ones who, all right, I'm gonna look here also.
If the mayor votes, you can actually make the selection, because if you put in your
Thank
votes for
you,
5 of
Councilmember
them,
Erickson. I
no,
appreciate you.
then there is 5 votes.
Thanks. I would like for Christian Green to have a longer term. LaToya Hearns is a resident. I would like for her to have a longer term. Shadivar, Carissa Joy Smith, I believe, is a resident. I think she mentioned in her comments she's a resident. So that's 3.
3, so we need
So
2 more.
Latoya, we already said. Christian,
I think Karen Bibbins is a resident.
it says non-resident here.
Yeah.
Not resident.
It's not?
Mark
That's on this list on page 9 of the staff report, so she's not.
Right.
I liked Amber's experience, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay. One more.
And I'm trying to do out of the 5 votes, or the 4 votes.
Corinna, David Duval, Lisa, Gordon King.
Let's do Mr. Duval.
Okay,
Done.
thank you.
All right, LAX, Councilmember Rivera.
Beth Hyatt, Kevin, and Luciano.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, thank you. I had Kevin and Luciano down, and I was impressed by Adam more when he was here last time, but I must say that Beth Hyatt sounded really interesting, her background. My question now is to the clerk, since she's on the landlord seat, that means we get a vacancy on the tenant landlord committee, right? Because they're only allowed to serve, or is this,
This is an outside body.
so it doesn't count?
It doesn't count. It didn't count when we had a member who was a member of the disability who had moved. I think it was Jorge. He had moved. So, yeah, so it would be allowable.
Okay, Beth then.
Okay.
Councilmember Puza.
Ditto, same.
Beth, Kevin, and Luciano? Okay. Vice Mayor Ryan.
Yeah, sure, I'll do the same.
Okay. We have consensus, City Clerk.
I do have one request.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke with Kevin Clouden, and he wasn't sure that he was going to be able to stay on for the next year. So can we have a backup? Because he hasn't told me yet whether or not he can make it.
Just for what?
LAX, Kevin doesn't know if he can stay on, so we need a backup. Councilmember Vera.
Adam?
Councilmember Ryan. Oh, excuse me, Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, that would be Adam then.
Okay.
Councilmember Puza.
That works.
Vice Mayor Ryan.
Same.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I think that's it.
Yep, sounds like it.
We are done.
I would love to read it back to you, but I don't have it all up yet. So I'm going to, because I don't know what seats they're assigned to quite yet. Yeah, I'd like to go to the next item so I can organize this and then we can come back. Is that
Okay.
okay? Great. Thank you.
It's not like you're dealing with a bunch of people trying to sort everything out, so it's completely fine. A4.
Good evening, City Council. Staff recommends the City Council discuss whether to form a commission, board, or committee on women and girls. And if desired, form an ad hoc City Council subcommittee on the Women and Girls Committee formation to work with staff on the formation and appointment of 2 City Council members there too. That was kind of confusing. So we're looking for you to discuss whether to form a commission and if desired, council subcommittee. City Council also asked for staff to present the ratio of women to men on the city's CBCs. That's now changed, obviously, as of tonight, but as of March 25th, 2024, there were 36 males and 39 females on city boards, commissions, and committees. And I can take any questions that you might have.
Are there any public comments?
Yes, we have one person signed up to speak, Melissa Sanders.
She left.
I believe she left,
Yeah.
so no public comment.
Councilmember Vera.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this is something that is a perfect place for the ERAC. I think on the council level, give them direction in terms of gender, gender equity and inclusion. I think it's right up the purview of what ERAC is doing, and I think it'd be a good place for this to sit. That's my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, thank you for the data on the distribution between male and female. That was interesting. So, yeah, I agree. ERAC already have this as one of their, goals because it's definitely including equity. So I agree. We should just highlight this for the ERAC to be aware of.
Councilmember Puza.
I do have one question. Does ERAC have the capacity and does staff have the capacity to take on, whether it's a subcommittee or something like this?
ERAC and staff are both fairly maxed out when it comes to their workload, but they can always reprioritize.
Got it. Thank you. I think this committee is worthwhile. Cities and policies are generally built for, usually white working males. Zoning, housing are usually, not always, but usually designed by and for men. So while we have gender parity and maybe even overrepresentation or a little above representation, we still have to create a city that is welcoming and built for all women. So this is not at the exclusion of men, but the inclusion of women, and just thinking about what would, a feminist city look like, and, thinking about how this body can inform how we can design a city that would be built for a single low-income working mother of color. So I think this committee can, whether it's a commission, committee, or board, whatever, I think it could be a standalone. So I would be willing to move forward with that and creating a ad hoc subcommittee of the council to build that up. It seems like ERAC is at capacity. And, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Bryan.
Yeah. To quote my colleague, Councilmember Erickson. So if there's a new committee or a subcommittee, staff will need to be dedicated to that. So it's either staff here or staff there. And which is a feminist democratic club. I didn't ask their permission to publicly state their opinions, but so I won't say their names, but they both believe that it should go under the purview of Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee. I do understand that staff is stretched, and this, I don't think this should be, it's by definition a part of ERAC. That's what it is. And I think I'm glad that it's being uplifted as as something that, maybe a reminder that it should be a focus if it hasn't been. But that's where it belongs, and I think forming a new committee or subcommittee would likely tax our staff more than just having ERAC included in their, I see Assistant City Manager nodding his head. How much does how much staff, is it like a half a full-time staff?
A CBC is between a half and one full-time employee. I would agree with your assessment that a new commission would be more of a burden on staff than wrapping it into an existing commission because of all the ancillary support services that are required for each individual committee, like from IT, legal, communications, et cetera.
Right, and not to say that it doesn't have value, it does, and it should be a focus of ERAC, but I think the committee should take that on if they have not already. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I'm so sorry. Can you repeat? I just didn't hear. The half, you said how much staff time does it take? I just didn't hear you.
In general, CBCs take between a half a full-time staff to one full-time staff member. So
Thank you.
half to one.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
And is that just a follow-up? Thanks, Assistant City Manager, and thank you for the staff report. Is that for the bigger bodies, the smaller? Does it matter, or it's just in general? Because I know there's bigger committees and smaller ones, but it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. It really depends on how, energetic the committee members are to.
Okay. Thank you for answering that question. So it seems that tonight there is not consensus to move forward on exploring a separate committee specifically on women and girls. But I just want to lift up, I know it's 12:17 a.m. I do think it is telling that I think we might have gotten one girl to submit an application in the committees and commissions boards that just took place. And I think what's really important for me as the 6th woman mayor for the city of Culver City and its 106-year history is that we are intentionally investing in pipelines to leadership. It's funny, I started my morning at the Pride flag raising, and it was important to be at the high school in that space and letting LGBTQ youth know that they matter and that we stand with them and that we should be dedicating resources and time to support and make sure that our spaces, including school and city spaces, are inclusive and supportive of LGBTQ young people. And the same thing goes for gender. I think that the Equity and Human Relations Committee has a wide variety of really important tasks that are really important that they are dealing with. I really appreciate and celebrate their Transgender Day of Remembrance. Really grateful for their work that they are doing in our Latine community around Hispanic Heritage Month, as well as just, there's so many things that I can't even name that they are doing, but there is equity work should be a part of all of the work. And I think that when you see the gaps in terms of the pipelines and when you look at bodies such as this one, it's almost self-explanatory that there needs to be more investment in young girls and young women to know that they belong in these spaces. We don't have the gender breakdown, but I'm willing to bet that there's not many young women that are taking place in our committees, commissions, and boards. And I think that that is a message that we are clearly not picking up on and acting on at this time, which is incredibly disappointing. Just to share for the public's information, myself and Assistant City Manager Shelley Wolfberg had several conversations with not only the State Board on Women and Girls, but also the County Commission on Women and Girls, which actually sunsets, I believe, later on this year or early next. So it doesn't have to be there's specific things that, we could have listed as things that we wanted to see. But it is a shame that that is going to be folded into an overly burdened committee, commission, and board at this time. But I just wanted to make sure that that was uplifted for the record for my concerns. Because it doesn't seem that, since we do not have consensus at this time, thank you again for the brief staff report. I'm very grateful for Assistant City Manager Shelley Wolfberg's time and compiling information for the report and benchmarking to other cities that have made this commitment. And we will move on to A5.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the City Council. Shelley Wolfberg, Assistant to the City Manager. this morning, we are going to talk about Senate Bill 1137, which is at the center of this referendum. A vote to keep the law supports SB 1137, which would prohibit new oil and gas wells within 3,200 feet of homes, schools, nursing homes, and hospitals. I wanted to state into the record change in the middle of page 3, under the heading of Summary of Estimate of Legislative Analyst and Director of Finance and Fiscal Impact on State and Local Governments subject to this referendum. There's a comment of what a yes and a no vote would be. And I wanted to point out that our Assembly member, Isaac Bryan, has successfully introduced a bill that is now chaptered to reduce, and that's AB 421, and this bill reduces the potential for confusion when electors vote on a state referendum measure by changing the question that voters are asked so that they are asked whether they want to keep the law passed by the legislature or they want to overturn the law. So I recommend that we strike yes and no as far as what those votes are, because it's confusing with the passage of this law. And I just wanted to be brief, but if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the public?
We have Megan Sally Wells.
All right, good evening again. I want to thank the City Council for considering this. I also want to thank particularly Councilmember Freddie Puza for bringing this forward, and to Assistant City Manager Shelley Wolfberg for doing the research and presenting this. In addition to being a former mayor, I am also a volunteer with the Campaign for a Safe and Healthy California. And we are the folks who are advocating to do something that is very, very simple. That is to stop drilling for oil next to homes, kindergartens, daycares, churches, hospitals, etc. So a law doing just that passed in the legislature. It was signed by the governor, but then oil companies came in with millions of dollars to referendize it, as was stated in the staff report. So it's pretty simple. I don't think I need to convince you all that we shouldn't be fracking next to kindergartens, right? So I won't talk about that. I do want to thank Ms. Wolfberg for clarifying the language, and in particularly the language of the final motion this evening. No longer on the ballot will you see for a referendum like this, it won't say yes or no. It'll say keep the law, overturn the law. So in your final motion, I would please ask you to adopt a position to keep the law on the referendum to overturn SB 1137, because that is what voters will see in the ballot, at the ballot box in November. Happy to answer any questions if you had anything, but I know it is late, so hoping to get unanimous support for keeping the law. Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
Thank you, Councilmember Vera.
Keep the law.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yeah, no comment. Let's vote.
Councilmember Puza.
No comments. I'd like to make a motion to adopt the position to keep the law on the referendum to overturn SB 1137. Thanks, Mayor.
Vice Mayor O'Brien.
Keep the law.
All right, there's a motion.
We have a motion by Councilmember Puza, second by Vice Mayor O'Brien. And is it to keep the law or to? Okay, just want to do it correctly. I'm just going to put in here. Please vote. All members have voted, and the motion passes unanimously.
And just wanted to ask the mayor and city council for disseminating information. I'm just assuming that that's satisfactory for staff to proceed with that as part of this staff report. Good?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
fine.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, one quick thing.
Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to thank you again, Ms. Wolfberg, for preparing all this and for staying up so late. Thank you. Last one on the docket.
Are there any additional public comments for items not on the agenda?
We had one come in, but I don't see them in the chamber or on WebEx.
So no comments. Okay.
And Mayor, may I remind you, we still have to go back to A2.
Yes, E2. So you can read it in the record.
I want to read it into the record, and also we have one more decision point. The Disability Advisory Committee had one position that was going to be for an uncompleted term through 2026 due to a resignation. And so there were two of the applicants who had three, and I wanted to know which one you wanted to put into seat number 5. It would be either Yunuk Low or Robin Langman to have the term through 2026.
Ms. Langman?
Oh, wow. So, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
So did you want, which one did you want?
Ms. Langman?
To be in the seat 5?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let me just put it up here. Cool. Excellent. Okay, so we are back to A2. And I will read the motions. Okay. So we are going to appoint Chi-Ming Gong to seat number 3 of the Civil Service Commission for a full term expiring on June 30th, 2028. Appoint Damon Willick to seat number 3 to the Cultural Affairs Commission for a full term expiring June 30th, 2028. Appoint Marcy Bond to seat number 1 to the Parks and Recreation and Community Services Commission for a full term through June 30th, 2028. And appoint Jackson Brissett to seat number 4 to the Planning Commission for a full term expiring June 30th, 2028. For the Advisory Committee on Housing and Homelessness, the appointment is Patrick Godinez to seat number 1, Dana Sales to seat number 2, Amberly Washington to seat number 4, and Kinkin G to seat number 6 for full terms expiring June 30th, 2028. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, we're going to appoint Hunter Salem to the Youth and Student Member seat, Carol Leibuser to the Resident Senior Member, Travis Morgan to Resident Member 1, J. Marvin Campbell to Business Community Member, and Ann Easley to the parent member for 2-year terms expiring on June 30th, 2026. For the Disability Advisory Committee, we're appointing Marie Albertson to seat number 2, Jessica Burnett to seat number 4, Yoon-Yuk Loh to seat number 6, and Shalena Leftridge to seat number 7 for 4-year terms expiring on June 30th, 2028, and Robin Langman to seat number 5 for a partial term through June 30th, 2026. For the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee, appointing Samia Bono to seat number 2, Rebecca Ronatello to seat number 4, Carlos Valverde to seat number 6, and Clara Ramos to, let's see, hold on one second. I think that's it. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's right.
And the youth seat?
I'm sorry? Yeah, it's 4 seats for full terms expiring in 2028, and then Benicio Mora Fattorini to the youth representative seat for a 1-year term ending June 30th, 2025. For Finance Advisory Committee, we're appointing Mark Bauer to seat 1, resident, Lee Austin to resident seat 2, Keith Jones to business member seat 4, Vikram Thakur to business member seat 5 for full terms expiring June 30th, 2028. We are going to appoint Alexander Brody to fill the tenant seat number 1, Justin Zeskuli to fill landlord seat number 1, Velma Harrison to fill the member at large seat number 1. They will expire June 30th, 2028. Can you please talk to? For the MLK, we have Karen McKeever for seat number 1, Lisa Gordon Kane for seat number 2, Curtis Rayner for seat number 3, Andrew Weiss for seat number 4, and then David Duval to seat number 5, Christian Green to seat number 6, LaToya Hearns to seat number 7, Carissa Joy Smith to 8. And we should have one more. 2. Yes, Amber Kearney, sorry. Didn't get through there. And Amber Kearney to seat number 9. Cool. And finally, we are going to appoint Beth Hyatt, Kevin Clouden. I'm sorry? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yes, I did. The first 4 were for 3-year terms expiring on June 30th, 2027. And then for the 4-year term, it's David, Christian, LaToya, Clarissa, and Amber. And then for the LAX Advisory Committee, we have appointments of Beth Hyatt, Kevin Clouden, and Luciano Nocera for the 1-year term, January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2025, with Adam Moore as a backup should Kevin Clouden determine that he cannot do another term. and we're getting clarification on one issue, and we'll be right with you. Okay, so there's a clarification for the ERAC. Samia Bano is reappointed to seat 2. Rebecca Ronatell is reappointed to seat number 4. Carlos Valverde was reappointed to seat number 6, and there is no other seat available, so Clara cannot be appointed. So it was,
Why is it Clara?
I'm sorry?
Why Clara?
The other ones were incumbents?
Yeah, but they all got 4 votes.
Correct. It's up to the council then.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just that Clara was listed last.
So the council needs to pick one to remove.
Is there a reason to not support the incumbents? Is there a motion to not support the incumbents?
Apologies.
No, it's fine. We want to make sure we get it right, but I just want to understand what the motion is at this time.
So Mr. Valverde and Rebecca are the incumbents, correct?
Samia.
And Samia?
Yes.
Okay. That's fine by me.
It sounds like you have consensus, I think.
Yeah, fine with me, yeah.
Okay, great. So I'll restate for the Equity and Human Relations Advisory Committee. We will appoint Samia Bano to seat number 2, Rebecca Ronatell to seat number 4, Carlos Valverde to seat number 6 for full terms, 2028, as well as Benicio Mora Federini, representative for a 1-year term ending on June 30th, 2025. And then we be complete. Can I get a motion for all that, please? I've got a motion from Vice Mayor O'Brien, a second from Councilmember Vera, to appoint the members as stated. Please vote. All members have voted. That motion passes 4 ayes, 1 abstain from Mayor McMorrin.
And we still don't have any additional public comments, correct? Okay. Are there any items from members?
Mayor, in addition to your adjournment, I'd like to add 2 names to that list.
Okay. Any?
For Gary Allen Brand, 86 years old, passed away June 5th, lifelong Culver City resident, former Culver City police officer from 60 to 69. They owned the travel station on Culver Boulevard. His son, Bob Brand, was a retired Culver City PD sergeant, and his brother is Torrance police officer. I'd like to adjourn in his memory, as well as Sharon Blonde, which is a retired lieutenant from Culver City PD, was a friend growing up, just a great person all around, lived in the city for the longest time until she moved away a few years ago. So I can adjourn in their memories as well. Gary Allen Brand and Sharon Blonde. Thank you, Mayor.
I just want to check and make sure there were no additional items from members.
Not to adjourn, but one item request.
Uh-huh.
I thought I requested nodding heads on this before, but apparently not. We had, I think, all agreed to support exploring adding a bridge, a pedestrian and bike bridge at Ince, and access to the creek. I'd like nodding heads to actually have staff bring forward or, to do a study on it. So I think we would have to vote on that. We'd need to bring it forward as an agenda item.
I'm looking for nodding heads. Actually, at this late hour, can I get an aye from those who want it? Or hand raise? Thank you, the mayor.
Aye.
Vera, Erickson, great.
And me. Thank you, everyone.
Cool. Any other items? I do want to just read a brief bio about Reverend James Lawson. Reverend James Lawson was a staunch advocate for nonviolence resistance to racism, even in the face of brutality, a Methodist minister and student of Gandhi. Lawson mentored civil rights leaders and was a tactician behind key desegregation campaigns in the South, including Nashville sit-ins, the Freedom Rides, and the Birmingham Children's Crusade. The Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. called him the leading theorist and strategist of nonviolence. So I just want to close with a quote. Ultimately, the hatreds, the violence, the fears, the greed, the will to dominate and control cannot prevail and will not prevail. Rest in peace, Mr. Reverend James Lawson. Thank you.
The time is 12:45. We have a motion to adjourn from Mayor McMorrin, a second by Councilmember Puza. Please vote. You all agree. It's unanimous. We are adjourned. Thank you. Come on.
Good job.